Welcome to beautiful Belgium for round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Beautiful blue sunny skies here. 202 drivers from around the world here for the third of four rounds for 2025. Nice to have your company here as you join us at the home of champions. This is Karting GENK, the first of our 7 pre-finals in just a moment for the direct drive 2-speed category. The karts to come out onto the circuit in just a moment, being led by the local, the reigning European champion from just over the border in the Netherlands, Enzo Bol, who has finished on top at the end of Friday and yesterday's heats. The third round for 2025, of course, we kicked off in beautiful Bavaria and the Wackersdorf circuit in Germany just a few weeks ago in the pouring rain at the very eastern side of the Czech Republic for the magnificent steel ring. This is round 3 here at the home of champions, GENK in Belgium, before the series final at the foot of the increasingly active volcano Mount Vesuvius in the south of Italy. 32 karts on the grid. Well, they were on the grid, now they're pouring out onto the circuit. Beautiful blue skies. We take a look at the grid here this morning. Enzo Bol on pole position. William Christensen, RS competition, now driving a Birol Art out of 2. Mika van der Pavert, Nicholas Pickle, the first of the Masters drivers. And fourth outright, Laurens Herbol, Zenderu. Yet another Belgian, the Belgians, Laurens, Zen, and Len Nyes, 5, 6, 7. Leonardo Baccalini in the intrepid Sam Nopjes. And the 2019 Grand Finals champion out of Grid 10, Ranja Vidas. Jakob Beschel, who won in the rain in the Czech Republic. Nico Guillaume, Frederick Sebes, William Nordberg for RS competition. Martinius Tankavicius comes back after missing the Czech round. Michael Rosina, he finished 4th at the steel ring. Petra Beschel, and it's Dexter Neuenhausen and Alex Pfielenbach out of Grid 20. Will Ellswood, Maurits Nopjes, the Dutchman from Dubai. Manuel Tenschert finished on the podium at Wackersdorf. Now starts out of Grid 23, Bende Jabor. Cucciolillo alongside Dritten Praus, that's Marco. Dimon Otta Francesco, Brasla, Ludovic Sabaran, and Dusan Radojevic, the Serbian South African out of Grid 20. Christoph Adams, the 2007 Grand Finals champion, and Noyes Gerolatis on the final row of the grid. You can see it is dry here this morning, thankfully, after the tremendous downpour we had at the steel ring. Warm temperatures, we are expecting 30 degrees here today, maybe 1 or 2 degrees higher. A scorching 37 degrees here this coming Wednesday. We could say record temperatures here in Belgium, or we could just say it is summertime, as normal, as usual, here in the northern part of Europe. Nice to have your company as you look at Enzo Bol, the reigning European champion, the Dutchman from just over the border. We're in the Limburg region of Belgium, the world-famous home of champions. This is GENK in Belgium, round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented for the second year now by WSK Promotion. The field make their way up through turn 7, and then the chicane. This is coming down in front of the grandstand. A la carte brasserie into turn 11. Enzo Bol, pole position. Will Christensen had a tough run in the first 2 rounds of the series. Did Will, still with RS competition, but it is a red and white machine. Yes, he's now driving a Birol Art and starts out of Grid 2. Still, of course, with RS competition, still number 444. Mika van der Pavert, SP Motorsport. They start 1-3 on the grid. Enzo, the reigning European champion, on pole position. Bol is on pole. Welcome to GENK, the home of champions here in Belgium. The first of our pre-finals here this morning. Enzo to the left of your screen. We race. Christensen tries to find position and does so. Goes into P2. Around the outside, Nicolas Picot. Superb from the French veteran. And just behind it is kicking off into turn 3. We've got 2, 3, 4 stranded on the middle of the circuit. Has Picot, the first Masters driver, and second outright. Laurens Herbol, the first Belgian. He's behind the Frenchman. The Dutchman leads. And the second Belgian in P4, That's Len Nyes, who's come storming up. Mika van der Pavert was in trouble, as was Zenderu. They're still blocking turn 3, trying to get back in the race. Luca Neuenhausen, Dexter, and Dimo Francesco. There's the carts in the background. The track now finally cleared as Enzo Boll leads across the line for the first of 13 times. Nicholas Pico, P2 and first Masters driver outright. Len Nyes, Nico tries to take P1. Dimo Francesco out, as is Mika van der Pavert, whose teammate does lead but is under pressure from the French veteran. Nico trying to take the lead. A super start from Jakob Beschel. Race winner in the steel ring now drives up the inside. Nicholas says it's the grass or stay in third place, buddy. And the Tony Kart driver holds off Jakob Beschel for the moment, who's made a storming start. The Craft Motorsport team. It is an MS Kart chassis for Jakob Beschel, who drives it up the inside. Pico gives him space. Remember, he is the first Masters driver. The second is Martinius Tankavicius. Zenderu is out, who was leading the Masters category, as Len Nyes up the inside. And that gives Enzo Boll some breathing space. We start lap 3 of 13. Pico back to 4 behind Beschel. Len in second place is the young Belgian. Here in Belgium, it is the Dutchman for the Stampex Motorsport team in the Czech Republic who leads. Len in second. Fantastic start from Jakob. The MS Kart, the driver from the Czech Republic, who won in the Czech Republic. Now P3 here in Belgium. Len up the inside. Enzo gave him space surely there. You saw the wave of acknowledgement. And the young Belgian takes the lead from the Dutchman here in Belgium. Len Nyes goes P1. Shepard's Racing Team kart. It is still a Czech Republic 1-2, 1-3 because JB sends it to second. So let's check the retirements as we start lap 4 in a moment with Len Nyes in the race lead. Mika van der Pavert from grid 3 out. Zenderu is out as well. Nico Guillaume, the second Belgium, along with Zen, has also retired, as has Max Dexter for the KMS Europe team and Luca Neuenhausen. So 2 Stampex Motorsport drivers out in the form of Mika van der Pavert, who started out of grid 3, has retired, as Nicholas back into P4. Taking Petra Beschel briefly. The second Beschel brother tries to fight back. Van der Pavert, Zenderu, Nico Guillaume, Dexter and Neuenhausen have retired from the pre-final this morning. That will put them back on the grid for this afternoon's final for round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. As we get news from race control also that the Italian Michael Rosina, who is up into 13th place, has been given the mechanical defect flag. The rear bumper is dragging on the bitumen. Michael Rosina, as you look at this battle, just behind with Herbo and Martinius Tankavicius. Rosina will have to stop in pit lane and make a pit stop. Can rejoin the race, and with those DNFs, it is worth it for the MKC team. Just a quick zip tie will put that bumper back into place. We saw some pit stops yesterday to repair the rear bumper. And with those retirements, it is worth Michael Rosina getting back out on track. Remember, he finished P4 in the rain in the steel ring in the Czech Republic. It is Len Nyes who leads from the 2 Beschel brothers. Jakob in P2 in the Craft Motorsport MS kart. Petra in P3, virtually identical equipment. The Czech drivers in the Czech kart for the German team here in Belgium. But it's Len Nyes in P1. We approach half race distance. Enzo Boll has dropped back to 7. 6 in fact. 7 is Sem Nopjes, the second Dutchman for the Dams Racing team. Herbo Tankavicius, still the second Masters driver. The gap half a second between Len Nyes and Jakob Beschel, as Petra puts in a 54.949, the only driver under the 55-second bracket in the first half of the DD2 pre-final here at GENK, the home of champions here in Belgium, round 3, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Michael Rosina has pulled into pit lane. And there looked to be too much damage for the MKC Motorsport team to repair for their Italian driver. It's more than a quick pit stop. He has now joined a long list of retirements. Fastest lap now for Rania Vidas, who moves up into P4, the Kartletics driver. 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion from Estonia with a 54.636. Adisa Rania, 441. Also in a Birala, P4. That's Pico, Bold, Nopjes, Herbo, Tankevicius, and the three Danes, Christiansen, Nordbeck, and Fredrik Zebes. Brasler, Dusan Radojevic for Luca Monareto Motorsport. Kuchelilo, Christoph Adams. Welcome back to the sometime Belgian, sometime Dutchman. Multiple European champion. First Grand Finals victory, Alain, 2007 in the Rotax Mac Grand Finals. 10 shirt and the final runner, Dimon Notafrancesco. Then Nice with the race lead. The gap just 0.4 of a second on this lap 8 of 13. The first of our 7 pre-finals this morning. This is Rania Vidas, the Kartletics kart. If you haven't yet, check out his YouTube page, YouTube channel. Fantastic videos produced by Rania Vidas, showing the technical and more entertaining side of karting as well. The young Estonian former Grand Finals champion of the world, P4 Kartletics, 441 with a 54.482, his fastest on circuit. Nicholas Pigol still the first Masters driver. That's he in P5. Just holding off Enzo Bol for the moment. Martinez, Tankevicius, Winter Cup champion in the south of Spain last year. Missing the steel ring round. The Lithuanian, P9, second Masters driver outright. And Alex Fielenbach, also for Craft Motorsport. P16 ahead of Maurits Nopjes, but Fielenbach is the third Masters driver ahead of the Dutchman from Dubai, Maurits Nopjes. Nice, the gap, 0.3 of a second. There's Pigol from Enzo Bol. Nopjes, Herbo, Tankevicius, the three Danes, Christiansen, Nordbeck, Zebes. There's Fielenbach and Nopjes going through. Leonardo Baccalini, who is involved in that second corner first lap incident. The intrepid driver, the Italian, still circulating, but down in 18th position. The Belgian here in Belgium, P1, Lynn Nice in the Kart Republic. Four laps remaining, including this one, Rania Vidas. Closing in on the back of the first of the Bechel brothers, Petra. In P3, Jakob, 2019 Euro champ. In second place, the MS Kart from the Czech Republic. Craft Motorsport drivers second and third, but Rania Vidas is catching both of them. Petra glances back over the shoulder. Back to Rania Vidas, that's Picol, Bold, Nopjes, Herbo, Tankevicius, Christiansen, Nordbach, Zebes, that's Ben Dejabo. Drift Price, Will Ellswood, who finished on the podium in the steel ring, goes through. 4.01, he's in 15. Just driving down into the chicane, Rania Vidas. Close now to the back of Bechel in 4.95. Move down the inside. JB tries to take the move away from Len, who is less than impressed. Staring back over the right side shoulder. Crosses the line at 114 kilometers an hour. Rania Vidas with the slipstream at 117. Len Nies, Nice, holds the lead for the moment from the two Bechel brothers. Ambition from Jakob Bechel, who wants the points for the pre-final as well. He is the championship leader, of course, on 321 points from Len Nies on 288. There are points for the pre-final, as well as the grid positions for this afternoon's final. Enzo Bol back in P6. Even if he finishes there, it will be the Dutchman in de eerste positie for this afternoon's final, round 3 here at GENK in Belgium. Len Nies, P1. Would start P5 inside row 3 for the pre-final as Bechel. That's Petra. Still fighting there with Rania Vidas, who was briefly into P3. Len Nies defensive as JB starts to get frustrated. Carts littered around the side of the circuit. Len still in P1. Up into turn 6. On the outside goes Jakob Beschel. And Len just stares across at his right side, now to his left side. Into turn 7, into the chicane. It is now a 5-cut, 6-cut fight because Enzo Bol in P5 and Nico Pico is there as well. Surely he can't defend for another 2 laps. Len Nyes white lines it down into turn 12 in front of the grandstand. Here at GENK Belgium, the home of champions, in beautiful summer sunshine. Into turn 14. Len Nyes starts the last lap of the race in P1 as Jakob rides the ripple strip. Ranja Vidas in P4. Bol around the outside. Enzo holds it but now runs off the road into the marbles. Almost takes P4. Beschel goes on through, takes the lead. Beschel goes on through, takes P2. It's now Jakob from Petra. Ranja up the inside. The final lap of the pre-final for DD2. They race down the back straight. Christensen, Herbert make it a 9-cart fight for P2. P1, JB, the championship leader. A tough run in qualifying on Friday and through the heats, but he will win the pre-final here this morning. 3 corners remaining. The driver from the Czech Republic who won in the Czech Republic, driving the MS kart from the Czech Republic for the team from Germany, Kraft Motorsport here in Belgium, rounds the final corner and the checkered flag waves. The championship leader, Jakob Beschel, takes victory in DD2, the pre-final here this morning from Ranja Vidas. Petra Beschel third from grid 17. Len Nyes and Nico Pico in P5. Enzo Bol dropped down to P9 at the finish, but the Dutchman will start pole position alongside Will Christensen, who crosses the line of position behind in 10 for this afternoon's final. We take a look at the highlights from the DD2 pre-final here this morning. Zenderu up into P3, but the Belgian would finish his race right there in the grass, one of multiple retirements. 5 carts eliminated on the first lap as Enzo Bol ceded the lead almost to Nicolas Pigot. Len Nyes would go on through from 4th to 3rd, then 2nd, as Nicolas Pigot went from 2nd back to 5th. Still took victory in the Masters category. Enzo Bol, the Dutchman, giving space to the Belgian. He knew he did not have to win the pre-final to start from pole position for the final here this afternoon. Enzo Bol ultimately crossing the line in P9. Len Nyes defending for his life right up until the penultimate lap. The Beschel brothers, Jakob in 4.05 and Petra 4.95 just behind Ranja Vidas, would ultimately finish in P2 for the Kartletics Birolard team. Despite being passed by second Beschel brother, that's Petra, in the dying stages, Len Nyes falling back to finish P4. But out front, Jakob Beschel, the championship leader, takes victory in the DD2 pre-final. And that will put him grid 7 on the grid for the final this afternoon. Jakob from Ranja, Petra Beschel P3, Len Nyes 4, Nicolas Pico, the first Masters driver in P5 outright. Nopjevs, that's Sam from Herbal, Tankavicius, Enzo Bol P9, pole position for the final from Christensen, and the second Dane William Norbach in P11. Great recovery for Ben Dejabo to come home in P12 from grid 24. So Jakob Beschel takes victory in the DD2 pre-final, the first of our 7 pre-finals here this morning. Enzo Bol, though, will start from pole position alongside Will Christensen for this afternoon's final. Nicolas Pigot, grid 3, and the first Masters driver. Beautiful conditions here in beautiful Belgium, a warm sunny day as we get ready for the first of our mini pre-finals, pre-final A for the mini max class. Before we do race, let's check some of the highlights of the mini category from this week here at GENK in Belgium. Magnificent racing as ever from the Minimax drivers. The pre-final A in just a moment. 46 drivers in the mini category. The Minimax 125cc engines, the youngest riders racing here this weekend as part of the Euro Trophy, racing for the Belgian Minimax Trophy. Oliver Spencer, new colours for the Brit. Now racing for Stampex Motorsport in a Kart Republic. Will lead the field out in just a moment. He starts out of pole position. 23 degrees Celsius at the moment, but the temperature is rising as we approach 30 degrees Celsius. Beautiful summer sunshine here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Mini pre-final A, Oliver Spencer alongside Mick Linkers for Bullfarm Power, the front row of the grid. We'll take a look at the grid for you in a moment. Emerson McAndrew, who took victory in the pouring rain in the Czech Minimax Cup from Riley Moreau and Tom Reed. Tom having a strong finish to his final heat yesterday. He will start on grid 2 for pre-final B at the conclusion of this one. It is Oliver from Mick on the front row of the grid. Austin, 111, the Kart Republics. 1-3 on the grid. Oman out of grid 3 alongside Alfie Ward. 9 laps here at this 1,360 metre circuit. The home of champions, GENK in Belgium. We'll bring you an interview with the CEO of Karting GENK, Mr. Koen Lemmens, later on in today's broadcast. We also caught up with Zenderu, DD2 champion of the world from last year, but did have a DNF this morning. This is the grid for Minimax pre-final A. There is Oliver Spencer, 142, the Brit for the Dutch Stampex Motorsport team from just over the border in the Netherlands. That's the team. Oliver from England leads the field out. Austin Oman just a little bit slow to get underway, but he now fires up the 111 Sam Pollitt Racing Kart Republic, and we'll start from grid 3. This is the grid. Oliver, pole position. Mick Linkers, Bullfarm Power out of grid 2. Austin out of 3. Alfie out of 4. Max for Strawberry Racing, that's Jolly out of 5. Riley Moreau, who finished P2 in the Czech Republic. Guido Ebergeni, Benedictus out of 8. Leo, that's Livings out of 9. And Tren Van Melich out of grid 10. Kees Moyes from over the border in the Netherlands. Benjamin, Karakovic, and it's Juliana Schultz, the German. Arhan Koraishi. Pedro Faria, O Menino do Brasil, is alongside Harrison Jeffrey from Calgary in Canada. Lawrence Herbol, Felix Cheng from Chinese Taipei, Paul Dusart, and Max Moore out of grid 20. Jack Fulbreck Hammers had a tough weekend. The Brit out of 21. Tian Vesnova and Ryan Rampadarath. Well, the SP Motorsport drivers start 1 and 23 on the grid. Ryan has had a tough run throughout the heats. Starts back on grid 23. His teammate Oliver starts on pole position for the Minimax pre-final A for the Belgian Minimax Cup. This is Oliver, 142. Started the year in, let's just say, different colours. Still takes some getting used to, as we've said throughout the weekend. Oliver Spencer, the Brit, pole position for the Dutch team. Stampex Motorsport. Mick Linkers, Bullfarm Power, the Dutch driver for the Belgian team. Austin, Sam Pollitt Racing. That's a man, he finished 6th in the rain at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. In the Czech Euro Cup. Alfie Ward, SFR Motorsport, the Gillard TG17 chassis. Outside second row of the grid. Watch for Riley. Moreau, Sam Pollitt Racing also 1-2-2. Austin, 111. So the Kart Republics, 1-3-6 on the grid. The Tony Kart out of grid 2. The OTK Gillard of Alfie out of 4. And Max for Strawberry Racing. There's the Brit inside third row of the grid, being pushed up to the line by Guido Ebergeni. Slow, literal walking pace around the final turn 14. Oliver trying to get the jump. We saw this in the heats yesterday. The strategy continues on here this morning. Oliver from pole position up to the line. We race Austin immediately into second place, trying to take the lead away from Oliver. It's the Brits who go 1-2. Spencer in P1, Austin in second place. A clean start for the moment. The opening few corners of Mini Max pre-final A here for the Belgian Mini Cup. Launch down the inside, going in too deep. There's Livings. He's made a great start, up into P5, P6 in fact. Looked to be Riley Moreau just ahead, who went in very deep into turn 6, past 2 on the entry. Got passed by 1 on the exit, but it's Oliver Spencer in P1 who leads them down in front of the grandstand for the first time. It was Alfie Ward, in fact, with that big move. Riley just beside him, 1-2-2, but it is Oliver who leads them across the line. At the end of P1, Austin in second place. Alfie Ward up the inside, being followed on through by Mick Klinkers. Van Melic going through behind Karacevic, ahead of Pedro Faria from Brasilia in Brazil. First Euro Trophy race for the young South American. Ahead of Harrison from Calgary in Canada. Felix Cheng. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer's only made up a single position at the moment. He's ahead of Ryan Rampadrath, Herbol and Paul Dussart. Rounds out the field after running wide in turn 3 in the opening stages of this pre-final A for Rotax Mini. It is Spencer, Oman, Max Jolly. Strawberry Racing had a strong finish yesterday. Runs wide, uses all the ripple strip and gets the momentum coming into turn 14. Watch the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart P3. Glances back behind toward Moreau. Riley Moreau ahead of Keith Moyes, who's up to P6, 1:16 max. Oliver Spencer is under attack. Still nobody touching 100 k's an hour on the start-finish line. They're getting close though, 97 for Riley Moreau. Moreau ahead of Keith Moyes, Mick Klinkers back to 7, but Oliver Spencer still in P1. Max, fastest on circuit at the moment in the early stages of pre-final A for Rotax Mini, a 1 minute, 1:67. Mick Klinkers puts in a purple sector ahead of Benedictus. And it's Leo Juliana Schultz from over the border in Germany. She's up into P10 from Guido Ebergeni. There is Guido going down through turn 12, racing in the Rotax Max Challenge United Arab Emirates Series. We start lap 4. Still Oliver P1, but under pressure. Livings pushing Benedictus in the background. Marsoikis in the Ayrton Senna replica helmet. That's how we pick out the young Brit. Head of Livings, also easily identified, wearing the colours of the Ukrainian national flag. The British-Ukrainian, Leo Livings, 1:77 for KR Sport. But it is Oliver still in P1. Austin looking good in the 111 Cup Republic, just clips the ripple strip. Down past Model Race Genk, the RC circuit. Entertaining many of us here this weekend. Fabulous to see the RC model control cars in the background. The RC Model Race Genk circuit and the motocross circuit also here at Genk in Belgium. But we're here this weekend, obviously, for round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy on the 1,360 metre circuit, the original track dating back to 1983. Everybody who is anybody has raced at this circuit. The home of champions, Genk in Belgium. Oliver Spencer leads the way from Austin and Max. There's Livings in the background from Benedictus and Juliana Schultz, race winner in multiple German Cup races, including last year in Kirpen. She's having a strong run. She's in P10. Mick Klinkers, just 1 year of race experience. First race over the border. That's Trier outside Eindhoven just over 12 months ago. Mick Klinkers now in P6. Austin looking for a way by Oliver Spencer, who still leads. Riley Moreau with a 59.644 fastest on circuit. They all glance back behind. Austin up the inside. Awesome from Oman. Waited, intelligent, did not panic. Got the momentum, goes through to P1. Spencer tries to fight back from second place. Now Max attacks from P3. Jolly on the back of Spencer. And Jolly loses the place to Riley Murrow as well. The Sam Pollard Racing drivers go 1-3. The Cut Republics 1, 2 and 3. Back to Jolly in P4 for the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart team. Ward Klinkers, Kees Moyes, Twee Pilot and Van der Netherlands, the two Dutchmen, ahead of the Ukrainian Brit, Leo Livings, Benedictus and Juliana Schultz. She's still in P10. Austin leads into turn 14. Slight correction on the steering wheel there from Oliver Spencer. Does not lift, keeps it straight, gets the slipstream. They race across the line at 98 kilometres an hour. Oliver down the inside. Riley races through to P1. The Sam Pollard Racing drivers fight. And Spencer says thanks, boys. And Spencer goes back into P1. Max follows him through. The Strawberry Racing driver, P3, they're too wide going down the back straight. Off into the grass goes Riley. Max, P2 for Jolly. Spencer back in P1. Lap 7 of 9, pre-final A for Mini Max. Spencer for Stampex Motorsport. Just with the race lead, fastest on circuit is Riley with a 59.361. But Murrow has dropped back to 4th place. And it's Austin, Kees Moyes, Mick Klinkers, Livings, Benedictus, Juliana, Guido, Train van Melich, Kurashki, Jeffrey from Canada, Jack Fulbrook-Hammer up to 15 now as they race across the line. You see Kees Moyes staring left, staring right at the Dutchman trying to intimidate. He's in P5 from grid 11. P6 now loses the place to Austin. Gets it back into turn 6. Spencer lances back behind. Max does likewise. Here's Kees Moyes in the background from Leo Livings as well. And Benedictus. Spencer back in P1 as it stands. If he does finish P1, he will start pole position for this afternoon's final, regardless of what happens in pre-final B. That may all change though. We've got 1 lap remaining at the conclusion of this. Jolly tries the outside into turn 14. He'll get a tremendous run coming onto the straight, but he leaves the door open for Alfie Ward, who fires it down the inside to go to P2. This is the last lap. Spencer in P1. They need to be careful here, or they'll all end off in the grass. Jolly back to P4, back to 3, back into 2nd. They crash. Jolly off the road into the grass. Max is out of it. Spencer now with a gap that gives Oliver some breathing space. Stares back to see where everybody's gone. Leo Livings fighting with Kees Moyes. Jolly drops right down the order. He's down in 12th place now. Lucky that did not end in a massive crash. Spencer on his way to victory. Max Jolly on the back of Train van Melich, trying to recover some points for the grid this afternoon. Oliver Spencer into the final corner, and the checkered flag will wave. Oliver Spencer, OS for SP Motorsport. The KR will start pole position for this afternoon's pre-final. Riley 2nd, Mick Klinkers home in 3rd from Ward, Moyes, Austin, Leo, Benedictus, Juliana, she's 9, Guido Ebageni, Tren van Melich, Max crosses the line, P12. There's Karacevic, Vesnaya, Paul Dussart and Ryan Rampadrath. Ryan taking Paul Dussart for P22. Spencer wins and finishes with a perfect run. 3 heat victories and the pre-final victory here this morning. We take a look at the pre-final highlights. Pre-final A, Oliver Spencer in P1. Austin going up into 2nd place after Oman. Making a great start there was Leo Livings, defending down the back straight. Ultimately finishing in P7. Austin Oman briefly through into the lead. Max Jolly on the outside. Austin in P1. Sensational move from Riley to go briefly through to P2, but then over the ripple strip. Spencer taking both the Sam Pollock Racing drivers. Max following on through. Jolly up into third as it got increasingly tight in the dying stages of pre-final A for Mini Max for a GENK in Belgium. On the final lap, Max Jolly from fourth to third and then into the grass. Very slight contact. Spencer wins. 3 heat victories and a pre-final victory means the Stampex Motorsport driver in the Kart Republic cannot be beaten for pole position for this afternoon's final. Riley second, Mick home in third place. The young Dutch rookie from over the border for Buffon Power, Alfie Ward, Kees Moyes, Aman Livings, Benedictus from Joliana, Guido from the Emirates, or MLC Motorsport in P10. Van Malich and Max Jolly from third crosses the line in P12. So Oliver Spencer currently on 0 points, which means he's had a perfect weekend. It counts for nothing though, unless he can repeat that this afternoon in the final mini pre-final B. So Lucian Smith currently on 4 points, will start on pole position. This is provisional, put an asterisk beside this statement. But Lucian Smith, if he does win this, will start grid 2 for the final. Karts on the grid, now they leave the grid. Alfie Mao, just a little slow to get underway, but he's now on track. As we take a look at the grid for you, Lucian Smith to start out of grid 1, aiming for, at best, grid 2 this afternoon after the victory of Spencer in pre-final A. Smith, Reed, Alfie Mao, Joshua Cook. Then we go to Fedor. That is Arthur in 1, 2, 3. Logan Rolfe, first Euro race in the Euro Trophy for Logan. Emerson, who won in the steel ring. Jensen Walker, and the first non-Brit, Mark Quesada of MKC Motorsport out of grid 9. 8 Union Jacks in the top 8 positions. Ari Kallenberg out of grid 10 for Dan Holland Racing. Atika Mir, the Indian from the Emirates, alongside the Australian from the Emirates. That's Ava Lawrence. Sebastian de Mosaic. Maria Roberto, the Italian Brit. And it's Garrett Nakagawa, one of multiple Japanese drivers here this weekend. Hans Klavs. Thomas Gavanianu, and it's Albert Ferro, Sasha Algebray from here in Belgium. Heston, also from Canada out of 21. Augustin Hanik and Andreas Kellerap back on track after a big crash in Heat 2 yesterday into that corner right there. Courageously, the Dane on track here this morning. Kellerap Andreas out of grid 23. There is Lucien for the KR Sport team. Tom, 1-1-0. Strawberry Racing out of grid 2. Beautiful blue sky here in Belgium. That was Model Race Genk you just got a glimpse of in the background. Mini Motos actually on circuit yesterday, also entertaining us. And the motocross circuit here at Genk in action also all this weekend. Round 3. The 2025 Rotax Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. This is the Belgian Mini Max Trophy. Lucian Smith to the left of your screen, centre of your screen to the left of the circuit, now accelerates. Smith from pole position, Reed out of grid 2. Alfie Mao trying to get the run, just hangs back for the moment. In 159 for SFR Motorsport, it's a Gillard TG17 chassis. And Joshua Cook also for the KR Sport team, the former Mini Grand Finals champion of the world. Josh, 175. Logan Rolfe, also for KR Sport, but is driving the 131 Birrell Art. Slightly different colours, same team. Being pushed up to the line by Jensen Walker for Sam Pollock Racing, who is literally shoving Logan. There's Lucien, pole position for Smith for the KR Sport team. Pre-final B for Mini Max, the Belgian Mini Max Trophy Tom on the outside of the front row of the grid. We race. Alfie shoots down the inside, trying to go through to P2. Can't quite do it. Tom into second place from grid 2. But it's Lucian Smith, P1. From pole position, Smith leads the opening stages of pre-final B here at Karting Genk in Belgium. Great start from Josh Cook. He's in third place, has gone by Logan Rolfe, who himself has made a great start from grid 6. The Birrell Arts for KR Sport. He drives it down the inside, takes his teammates, goes through to third place. Great Euro Trophy debut for 2025 for Logan. He goes P3, but it is his KR Sport teammate driving a Cosmic, Lucian Smith, in P1. In front of the grandstand for the first time. Lucian leads down into turn 14 and will lead the end of lap 1. Tom Reed leads into the kart. The Strawberry Racing Tony Kart in second place across the line at the end of lap 1. 97 kilometres an hour for Arie Kallenberg, the German from the Emirates, up into 8th place from Mark Quesada and Princess Ava. The Australian from the Emirates, now living in Italy. She's moved from grid 12 up into 10, ahead of the other two girls behind her, Natika Mir and Maria Roberto. Smith, Reed, Emerson, Mack up into P3. The Czech Euro Trophy race winner, Cook, Rolfe. And it's the first of the Ferro brothers. Arthur in 1, 2, 3. Albert 1, 4, 1. Kallenberg, Ari goes through on Jensen Walker. Kallenberg now up into 7th place. Lucian being caught by Tom and Emerson Mack for Dan Holland Racing. Lawrence, she's just been passed by Atika Mir. Nicely done by the girl from Kashmir, who won last year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. So now the first of the girls is Atika Mir, the Indian, from the Australian Ava Lawrence, and the British Italian Maria Roberto. Still the girls, 10, 11 and 12 from Alfie Garrett. Now Sebastian de Moissac, Clubs, Gavanianu, Ferro. Then it's Jeffrey. Andreas Kellyard, a courageous performance as you look at Tom going very deep up into turn 6, trying to rattle Lucian Smith. Great to see the comeback from Andreas Kellyard in the ambulance at the end of race 2 or heat 2 yesterday. Andreas Kellyard from the back of the grid is now in P18. Smith still in P1 from Tom. Emerson, there's Josh. Bit of a gap back to Logan Rolfe. The first Ferro brother, that's Arthur from Kallenberg, who's just put in the first, or the fastest purple sector in the first part of the race. And check Arie Kallenberg just coming across the line now. P7 for Dan Holland Racing. Still no one quite touching 100 kilometres an hour across the line. They're getting close though. 97 for Tom Reed, 96.4 for Lucian. We did see 98.4 yesterday. Possibly this afternoon in the final, someone will touch 60 miles an hour, 100 kilometres an hour. Okay, 61 point or 60 point something. For the rest of us in the metric speaking world, they're almost at triple digits in kilometres an hour. Fastest on circuit outright, that's what counts. It's Lucian Smith with a 59.955. Tom in second place for Strawberry Racing. Emerson looking good. Here's the Czech Euro Trophy race winner. P3 for Dan Holland Racing. Cook, Logan Rolfe. As we move into the second half of pre-final B for Minimax, Oliver Spencer watching on from pit lane, must be smiling to a degree. Looking to see who will join him on the front row of the grid for the final. Of course, he counts for nothing unless he can do it this afternoon. Lucian Smith will provide a challenge, as will Tom Reed, Emerson Mack in P3. Josh, that's JC in 4. Logan Rolfe, the KR Sport, Birrell Art, being pushed by Arthur. 1, 2, 3. Ferro in P6. The rest of the field going down through into the chicane. Including Ayo Nakagawa for the Dams Racing Team. One of multiple drivers from the land of the rising sun here this weekend. Smith, the gap, 0.3 of a second. Fastest now, Emerson in P3 at 97.9 kilometres an hour. Tom leans. Very distinctive driving style for young Tom Reed, who's also fighting for the British Championship, where he's currently in second place in the standings in 2025. He's also second in pre-final B, maybe third, because Emerson drives up the inside into turn 7. Nicely done. The Dan Holland Racing driver down through the chicane, past Model Race Genk, into turn 11. Emerson Mack in P2, Lucian leads. Smith glances back over the shoulder, down into turn 12 in front of the grandstand here at Karting Genk. The gap now half a second with that move. Emerson going by Tom, Lucian leads. Cook, Rolf, Farrow, Kallenberg, Casada, Walker, Ava Lawrence, she's in P10. There's Mark for MKC Motorsport. Jensen just looks back to Ava. 0.5 of a second as Lucian puts in a 59.448. Tom Reed at 98.4 kilometres an hour. They're getting close to the magical 100k an hour mark as Tom up the inside. They're 3 wide. Emerson back to 4. And Josh makes it a KR Sport 1-2. JC goes through. It's Cook in second place. Lucian leads by a good 1 second as they fight for second, third, fourth. Smith from pole position again glances back over the shoulder, gets some encouragement by the fresh air back to his teammate, and puts in a purple lap. 2 laps now remaining for Smith to join Spencer for an all-British front row of the grid for the final. Tom launching on Josh, gets the run on the inside, will be pushed by Emerson across the line. They try and work together even though they're racing for 3 different teams. Lucian Smith now leads by 1 second. Cook back to P4, Emerson on the outside, McAndrew Wren. Tom goes defensive, he'll be slow on the exit. Emerson knows it, watch Cook. On the outside will try and sweep through, needs to defend from Logan Rolfe. Spins down into the chicane. Goes around in the middle of the circuit, does Josh Cook, he's out of it. Rejoins way down the field. The cart got light as he clipped the ripple strip on the penultimate lap of the race. It was Emerson, in fact. Apologies, it was Emerson who went around. Emerson's down in 16th place. McAndrew Wren, the Czech Euro Cup winner. Cook has continued on in 4th place. Emerson drops down to 16th place. Crosses the line now. This is the last lap. Smith to join Spencer on the front row of the grid for the final for the Belgian Minimax Cup this afternoon. The gap, 2 seconds. Mark Casada has also dropped down the order to P10. There's the MKC Motorsport driver having to defend from Atika Mir. Lawrence de Mossack, Walker, Kelly it up. Farrow, that's Albert, and Emerson in 16th place. Lucian Smith on his way to victory, on his way to joining Oliver Spencer on the front row of the grid for the final few corners. The KR Sport team driver from the Kings England rounds the final corner to take the checkered flag and win Minimax pre-final B here this morning. Tom, frustrated in second place, will line up grid 4 for the final. Spare a thought for Emerson McAndrew Wren, who crosses the line now in 15th place. There's the 102 car. Edefero, Giovanni Anu, Roberto, Hans Klavs, Anik, Jeffrey, Sasha, and Nakagawa there for the Dams racing team. The Japanese rookie crosses the line as the final finisher in 23rd place. Highlights of Minimax pre-final B. Lucian from pole position. Good start from Tom Reed, who went into second place early. Emerson going by Joshua Cook. McAndrew Wren, who won in the Czech Republic, taking Tom for second place. Reed fighting back, followed by Cook, who took the both of them going down the back straight. Emerson spinning down into the chicane and ultimately finishing in 15th place. Smith takes the victory from Reed and Rolfe. KR Sport Drivers 1-3 split by Tom Reed for Strawberry Racing. Smith, Reed, Rolfe, Cook, Ari Kallenberg, the first non-Brit. The German from the Emirates ahead of Arthur. That's the first Farrow brother. Mayor Garrett, Mark Casada, who clocked 99 kilometres an hour. Getting close. We'll see if they do crack 100 in this afternoon's final. And Atika Mia in 10th place. Sebastian from Ava. Jensen Andreas Kellerap. A courageous effort after being in the ambulance in Heat 2 yesterday from the back of the grid. 14. Emerson just behind. Head of the second Pharaoh. That's Albert, Giovanni Anu, Mario Roberto Clavs, Hanik, Jeffrey, Sasha, and the Japanese Dems Racing Team driver, Ayo Nakagawa. Oliver Spencer to be joined by Lucian Smith on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Clinkers Reed the second row of the grid. Austin Aman, Alfie Ward, Alfie Mao and Josh Cook. They are the first 8 for this afternoon's final. Junior pre-final A in just a moment. Still a few moments before the first of our 2 junior pre-finals here this morning. 49 drivers from around the world. It was Jacob Ashcroft who took pole position in Junior Max. And we'll start from pole position for the first of the 2 junior pre-finals here this morning. The temperature up to 25 degrees. It will be 5 more than that later this afternoon when we do race the final. Before we race this morning's pre-final A, let's check out some of the highlights from here at GENK in Belgium this weekend. Jacob Ashcroft starting from pole position. It is an all Dan Holland Racing front row of the grid. In fact, they're 1, 2, 3 on the grid. The English, Northern Irish and Scottish drivers first, second and third for pre-final A in just a moment. Nice to have your company. This is round 3 of 4, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions, presented for the second year now the series by WSK Promotion. Jacob leading the field out onto the circuit in just a moment in the Lando Norris karts. Of course, Lando taking pole position overnight at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Speaking of Austria, great to see James Wharton winning in the FIA Formula 3 race yesterday. James, the Australian, finishing 4th in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy back in 2019 in the Junior Max category. James taking victory yesterday at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Former Rotax junior driver in the Euro Trophy and now a race winner in the FIA Formula 3 World Championship yesterday morning. The Lando Norris cars, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Jacob Ashcroft is the series leader on 312 points to Cole Denham on 309. Boaz Maximov 298. Mate Kobakidze, who won in the pouring rain, the Georgian, at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic, 288 points. And Rory Armstrong from just outside Belfast, the Northern Irishman, fifth in the series on 279 points. Rory starting out of Group 2, Jacob out of pole position. In beautiful conditions here at beautiful Belgium. Genk, the home of champions, the historic circuit built back in 1983, the original circuit upgraded in 2006. As Jacob leads the field out onto the circuit, this is Junior Max, pre-final A here this morning. This is the grid. JA to lead the way from pole position. Rory out of Grid 2. Cole, that's CD out of 3. Dan Holland Racing first. Second, third on the grid. Justin Mulder for Ed Brand Racing. Archie Lovett, Jansen Chalk, Boaz Maximov, who is third in the series. He's seventh on the grid. Marcel Kapopagol, who's had a great run the pole this weekend. Aaron Unludigan and Max Sederski from over the border in the Netherlands for Stampex Motorsport out of Grid 10. Kian Bernard, the British champion from South Africa, ahead of Eva Morris. Christian Sayerson had a great run yesterday in his final heat. Olivier Chasset, Vilmarsh Villasits, the SCUSA Super Nationals champion from Oregon in the United States. That's Jackson Gibson, Lena Bass, Bottas Fahaj, Miyazaki, and Emir Siodkowska. Katsuki Kitanaka, the Japanese driver out of Grid 21, alongside Luan Seidel out of Grid 22. Yain Mitanj, Milan Skonechki, the final grid position after the retirement earlier on in the weekend of Mohamed El Bouzaki. You just caught a glimpse there of the rental kart circuit, which did make up the original historic 960-metre Genk karting circuit. If you've got a moment, check out YouTube. Karting Genk, the European Championships, the Eurosport broadcasts in the late 1990s on that original circuit, part of which does still exist. Before the track was upgraded, just under 2 decades ago now, to the current 1.36 kilometre length. Karting Genk, the home of champions here in Belgium, host venue for round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Ashcroft 246, Rory 266, and CD 262 is the Scotsman who won at Wackersdorf. Up to the line, Ashcroft on pole, we race. Justin Mulder shoots to the inside, and the Ed Brand Racing driver from across the border in the Netherlands goes up into P3. The Dan Holland Racing drivers, they fight back though. They're first, second and third. JA leads the way from the Northern Irishman, the boy from Belfast in second place. And CD in P3, that's Denham under attack from Justin Mulder, and a good start from Archie Lovett as well. Ashcroft leads, they go down the back straight for the first time. A clean start for this 12-lap Junior Max pre-final A. As we look at Christian Sayerson try to fight his way through, had a victory in his final hit yesterday. The Cremona Winter Series race winner from Denmark for the RS competition team of Ralph Schulzen, the team from Voyens in Denmark. Had a tough run in the first 2 rounds of the series, but Christian Sayerson finding speed at the right time of the weekend. We'll check where the Dane crosses the line in the 298 RS competition Tony Kart. He's in P15 ahead of Gibson, the American. It is still Ashcroft who leads from Denham. Rory Armstrong. Lovett just going by Justin Mulder, who's also racing in the WSK Supermasters Series and Euro Series for the Antonelli Motorsport team in the OK Junior category. Justin Mulder, the first of the 2 Dutchmen, the second of which, that's Max Sederski. Twee piloten van the Netherlands. Jensen is now behind Vilmars, The Hungarian with a storming start from 15th. Vilicic in the Birrell Art is in P8. There's Lovett. P4 for Archie. Mitanch behind Abasa Miyazaki at the back of the pack. Kitanaka from Japan. Tough introduction for the Japanese driver at the back of the pack. But acquitting himself well as you see the DHR drivers trade positions. Is now the Northern Irishman by the Scotsman. Armstrong is 266. Cole Denham 262 just clips the ripple strip. Their teammate from Bristol in the southeast of the Kings England is now 1 second clear. As Marcel Popacol puts in a 56. 9.22, P6 for the pole, fastest on circuit. Pre-retirement, 2 retirements, Siatkalska and Skonechki, both out. DHR, 1, 2, 3, back to Lovett, Popacol. Vilmos trying to make the move on Max Sadurski. But the Dutchman, who has done thousands upon thousands of laps here at the Genk circuit, as Vilmos runs off the road in the background. Sadurski defends for the moment. Now Vilmos on the inside. Again, Max under attack is Sadurski. Right behind is Archie Lovett, Jensen Chalk, Boas Maximoff, and the British Open champion from South Africa, Kian Bernard. Ahead of the Turk, Aaron and Ludigan. Morris Sayerson now in 14th. The gap stays just on 1 second. Ashcroft, Armstrong and Cole Denham from the outskirts of Edinburgh in Scotland. Marcel from Poland drives up the inside. Goes through to P3, nicely done. And a 56.774. Still OTK equipment, 1, 2, 3, N4, N5 with Justin Mulder back to the Birrell Art of Vilmos in P6. Marcel Popacol in great form here this weekend. Has been really quick and now splits the Dan Holland Racing drivers. DHR 1, 2 and 4. There's Mulder, Vilicic, Sadurski, Lovett, pulls back to 8 from Chalk, Maximoff. There's Eva Morris going through ahead of Sayerson, down through the chicane. With the 2 North American drivers, Olivier Chasset from Canada and the SCUSA Super Nationals Series champion, a race winner from Las Vegas last year. That's Jackson Gibson in 17th from Lenabas, Kitanaka, Miyazaki, Mitanch and Lohan Seidel. Mulder crosses the line. There's Vilmos back to Max. Archie, Jensen, Boaz, Bernard now 11. From Onludigan, also for Dan Holland Racing. The gap 0.8 of a second, back to Rory Armstrong. $56.713, the first non-OTK kart is the Birrell Art, and it is the fastest kart on the circuit at the moment as Marcel fights over the ripple strip. The 237 just drifts it right up to the back of Rory Armstrong. Will attack the Northern Irishman in just a moment. It is imminent. Multiple Irish GP champion Rory Armstrong, and of course winning the big one 2 years ago, the Rotax Max Grand Finals at Bahrain. In Bahrain? At the Bahrain International Circuit. Actually, was it Sano? I know Andrew, his father, told me on Thursday evening, Friday. Either way, he is a Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals winner. He's in second place. He's been caught, though, by the pole. Marcel thought about it there. Armstrong, the gap comes down to 0.6 of a second. Again, Vilmos goes faster. Behind Justin Mulder, a 56.588 down through the chicane. The narrowest racing line on the circuit. Marcel just drifts it. He's spectacular through there. Popacol looking really good as Rory Armstrong stands on the brakes. The gap 0.6 of a second. Across the line at 109 k's an hour. Marcel Popacol coming off a victory in last week's Rotax Max Challenge in Poland at the Bydgoszcz circuit. Now through to second place with that move. There's Rory in third. Back to Cole Denham, Justin Mulder. Now Boaz Maximov for Boulevard Power with a 56.530. Fastest on track from Jensen Shaw, another Rotax Max Grand Finals champion. Ludigan just outside the top 10. Ashcroft, the gap back to the pole with 4 laps remaining, including this one. .56.345 now for Jacob. JA leads the way, goes fastest. The gap out to 1 second again. Races down the back straight. This is pre-final A for Rotax Junior. Does not necessarily need to win the pre-final to guarantee pole position for the final, but it is looking good for the Bristonian. For the moment, the Englishman from the pole, the Northern Irishman from the Scotsman, the Hungarian Vilmos in the first non-ATK car from Group 15 from Hungary is in P5 and puts in a fastest first sector. Goes purple, does Vilmos from Justin Mulder and Max Sidursky for Stampex Motorsport. Here's Sidursky, back to Lovett and Boaz Maximov. 56.2 now for Ashcroft, on his way to victory, you would think, and locking down pole position for this afternoon's final. The gap out to more than 1 second, 1.2 seconds as they go through turn 6. Alongside the highway, almost here, outside the karting GENK circuit. The road to Antwerpen. From one direction, not too far from the former home of the Belgian Formula One Grand Prix, Circuit Zolder, the Attic circuit, which hosted the Belgian Formula One Grand Prix. Only half an hour's drive from here, if that. And of course, just over an hour from the world-famous Spa-Francorchamps, which of course this weekend is also hosting, as we speak, the Spa 24-hour GT3 race. As Jacob Ashcroft, with 2 laps remaining, the gap 1 second. Pole position in time qualifying on Friday, 3 heat victories, and surely a pre-final win here this morning. Armstrong, Popacol trade positions again. Armstrong to second, back to third, back to second again. Dan Holland Racing, first, second, fourth. But Marcel Popacol from the Rotax Max Challenge in Poland. Home race virtually at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. We raced in the beautifully green Czech Republic, the very eastern side of the nation, which was once joined with Slovakia. The magnificent Steel Ring, just 2 kilometres from the Polish border. Not too different from the GENK circuit, only about 10 minutes drive van the Netherlands. As Marcel back up the inside on this, the final lap of the race. Ashcroft 1.5 seconds clear. This is the race leader. This is the pole sitter for this afternoon's final. Just rides the ripple strip brilliantly. Out of turn 5, Marcel from Rory. Armstrong attacks, Marcel defends. Vilmos on the inside. In the background of Cole Denham trying to go through to P4. We decide the grid positions for this afternoon's final. Ashcroft on his way to victory and starting grid 1 for round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. He'll be almost certainly joined, possibly, I'll rephrase that, in second place at least at the end of this race by Rory Armstrong, his teammate. Ashcroft wins. Armstrong does take second. So Dan Holland Racing 1, 2 and 4. Marcel brilliant. And Jacob Ashcroft with a 56 dead on his final lap. Just to remind everybody, he is the form driver here this weekend. Zanki, Kitanaka, Abbas, there's Luan Seidel. Jan Mitanj, Mumbai Falcon crosses the line as the final finisher. Ashcroft wins pole position on Friday. 3 heat victories, unbeaten, and a pre-final victory, points for the series. And will line up on pole position for the final this afternoon. This is how he did at the Den Holland Racing drivers. 1, 2, 3 on the grid. They were first, second, third in the early stages of the race. Archie Lovett racing up to 4th place. But a moment mid-race put Archie Lovett further back. He'd ultimately finish in P10. Marshall Poppercole driving through the field to 2nd place. Great race with Rory Armstrong into 2nd. But the Irish GP multiple champion taking P2 in the final few corners of the final lap. Ashcroft wins by almost 4 seconds and a fastest lap on his final tour. Ashcroft, Armstrong, Marcel 3rd. Cole Denham, Justin Mulder for Ed Brand Motorsport. Vilmars in the Birrell Art. Soderski, Maximoff. The 3 drivers from the Netherlands, Justin, Max and Boaz. Jensen Chalk and Archie Lovett in the Kart Republic P10. Unludigan, there's the Turk from Gibson, the American on debut in the Rotax at Euro Trophy. Christian, home in 13 from Eva. Chase, Miyazaki, Kitanaka, Abbas, Seidel. And the final finisher, Mitanj. We lost Berhaj. The South African was out. Kian Bernard, Siad Kauska, and Skonechki, the 2nd pole. An early race retirement. Back here at Karting Genk in Belgium, Jacob Ashcroft, pole position for the Englishman. For this afternoon's final, you can catch all the action live, of course, here on Motorsport TV. Nice to have your company wherever you're watching us live around the world for the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Genk, Belgium, the home of champions. Pre-final B in just a moment. Kai Clark will start from pole position. Don't go too far away. We'll take a very short break. We'll be back at Genk in just a moment. Back here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, as we get ready to race Junior Pre-Final B. Beautiful blue skies. 37 degrees Celsius on Wednesday here in Belgium. I won't say it's unheard of. It is normal, don't panic. It is just summertime here in the north of Europe. Kai Clark will start out of pole position alongside Dragos, Vasil Kute, Vince van der Halen, Lars Lampers. The Belgians on the second row of the grid. This is the third round of 2025, the Rotax Max Challenger Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. The fourth pre-final of 7 this morning, our 4 finals this afternoon. You can catch all the action live on Motorsport TV. The first round of Wackersdorf in beautiful Bavaria in Germany, in the pouring rain at the magnificent steel ring in the Czech Republic. Here at Genk in Belgium, one of the original circuits to host the first editions of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, a good 2 decades ago now. And the final round at the foot of the increasingly active volcano, Mount Vesuvius, outside Sarno, Circuito Internazionale Napoli, on the first weekend of September. Jacob Ashcroft locking down pole position for the final this afternoon for Junior Max. We'll see who'll join him on the front row of the grid. Kai Clark has been in great form. We'll start from P1, Dragos, the Romanian Austrian for the Italian team MKC Motorsport. Out of grid 2, great to see a couple of debutants in the field. Abdul Razak Al-Quraishi from Saudi Arabia. 240, the Birul Art, racing in the Middle Eastern Rotax Max Challenge. Starting out of grid 24, Lionel Minguia, Redica Motorsport. Shun Sekiguchi, certainly not a rookie, the Asian champion. Winner at Cremona in the Winter Series. That's been the highlight for the Japanese star thus far. Forgettable race in the rain at the steel ring in the Czech Republic. In the top 3 throughout the heats this weekend, but starting back on grid 12 alongside Will Archer. Ryan Gundor out of 9. He's the Canadian, but a DNF has put him further down the grid. The KR Sport Team driver, the KR Sport Team. Home race, home base, I should say, of Silverstone in England. Next week, hosting the British Formula 1 Grand Prix, of course, where you will catch images you will be able to see surely on the broadcast of next week's British Formula 1 Grand Prix. The almost finished, brand new £8 million FIA Grade 1 Silverstone kart circuit. Future home track for the KR Sport Team. Almost certainly. They start from pole position. KC out of grid 1. Temperature creeping up to a beautiful 26 degrees here today. No chance of rain as we had for round 2 in the Czech Republic. As KC leads them out onto the circuit. Clark out of pole position. We'll take a look at the grid. It is the KR Sport Cosmic out of grid 1. Clark on pole position, Dragos. Out of grid 2, the Bouvan Power drivers. Mans van Halen, Lars Lambers. The Belgians on the second row of the grid. Albert Friend out of grid 5 has been impressive. The very young English driver alongside the Swiss champion, Leo Gonzalez, Bran van der Bergen. And the second round win at the Georgian, Mate Kobakidze out of grid 8. Ryan Gundor, Sebastian Loisch out of grid 10. Will Archer, Shun Sekiguchi. On the 6th row of the grid, Harry Freeman, the Winter Series champion, Lenny Robiolagash, Matt Zinnes, Harry Taylor, Eason Chen from Chinese Taipei. The Asian drivers on the 9th row of the grid. Eason joined by Panelstein Mongkong from Thailand. Noel Zak, the Austrian who won the Czech Republic Rotax Max Challenge. And AJ, that's Bullgraf, SP Motorsport out of grid 20. Luca Dumitrio, Lionel Minguia, now Dan Engelsman, and from Saudi Arabia on debut, In the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi and the 240 Birul Art, together with the KSB Austria team, the driver racing in the Rotax Max Challenge Middle Eastern Championships, also in the UAE Series. Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi on debut in the Euro Trophy out of Grid 24. 49 drivers in the Junior Max class, 36 to race the final this afternoon. For a few of these drivers, this is their final race of the weekend. It is do or die for, let me do some maths, what's 49? 13 drivers will miss the cut for this afternoon's final, 36 to race. The final live around the world. You can catch that this afternoon on Motorsport TV. The first final is for DD2 at 1 o'clock local time. The junior final at 2 o'clock local time. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at karting GENK, the home of champions. Clark to the left of your screen, the Romanian Austrian Dragos. To the right, out of Grid 2, the world-famous GKS Kart Shop in the background. The team which took Jensen Button to the 1997 Formula Super A Euro Championships. Here at GENK in Belgium, pre-final B, we don't race, another formation lap. Rotax powered, of course, was Jensen back in 1997. The Techno SS22 40mm axle, one of the lightest karts produced. So quick, magnificent turn in. Rotax powered, Formula Super A, slide carburettor, 22,000 RPM. Tyres, take your pick. It was open, Bridgestone, Dunlop, Vega, whatever you like. From memory, I think Jensen was on Bridgestone, wasn't he? GKS Lemons, Techno SS22, Rotax, 1997 Formula Super A European Championships with Jensen Button, of course. Tuned by the maestro himself, Mr. Paul Lemons. His son, Koen, CEO of Karting GENK, will bring you the interview later on in the broadcast that we spoke to Koen yesterday, host venue of round 3 of this, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The legendary circuit, one of the most famous kart circuits in the world, hosting round 3 in beautiful Belgian sunshine, as you can see in the background, the blue skies. As Clark is pushed by Vance van der Halen, the Belgian behind the Brit. But it's KC on pole, up to the line. This time, we race. Dragos to the outside, tries to hold the momentum as Vance drives down the inside. Clark from pole position, runs wide, but the Brit holds first place. Great start from Friend. Drives it up the inside, touches wheels. Oh boy, that was close. Making very slight contact with Ryan Gandor. Friend, as you can see, a crash in the background. Friend and Ryan. There was smoke pouring off the Mojo tyres of the Canadian driver. He has gone through. Ryan Gandor from Grid 9 has already made up positions. He's in 6th place. Good start from Friend as well, but it's Clark who leads the way in front of the grandstand, down into turn 12 for the first time. Into them further back in the pack, it was Leo Gonzalez, a Swiss Spaniard, the Swiss Rotax Max Challenge champion, running wide and losing a ton of time, falling to the back of the pack. That was he in the background. Kai Clark leads. Vance in 2nd place. Friend up the inside. The Tony Karts trade positions. The Racer 401 T chassis, but it's Friend for Strawberry Racing, the Minimax Euro champion from last year, now into 2nd. Van der Halen for Boulevard Power, Dragos back to 4, and Lars Lambers also for Boulevard Power P5. Leuch, Gandor, Freeman, Mate Kopakidze, he was the loser off the start. The Georgian who won in the pouring rain at the steel ring is ahead of Taylor. Great start from the tie. He goes by Panel Steinmonkong up into 11th from Grid 18. Steinmonkong also for Strawberry Racing 202, knocking on the door of the top 10. Great start from Panel Steinmonkong ahead of Bram van der Werken and Shun Sekiguchi. Clark leads by a good 1 second. Friend fights the world wheel, trying to find momentum. Look at the body work from the body language, I should say, from Vance van der Halen. Punching the air Albert Friend getting flustered, needs to just put his head down, concentrate. He's got the speed, just needs the momentum. Vance van der Halen gesturing madly as they went down the start-finish straight. Albert Friend in second place. Here comes Dragos as Clark skips away the gap, not quite 1 second, 8/10. Albert Friend with the speed, clips the ripple strip. Nice driving style from Friend racing last year in the Mini-Max category. Frustrating Vance van der Halen, who started a row ahead of him on the grid, but Vance back into third place. Albert in second place. Dragos, Lars, Sebastian, Harry Freeman. A storming start for the Winter Series champion. Head of Copper Kidset. Harry Taylor, Panel Steinmont Kong. Up into P10 from 18. And the tie with a 57.962 is fastest in the early stages of the race. Steinmont Kong is now into P9. He takes the Georgian. Mate Copper Kidset. Gandor, Sekaguchi, Brand van der Werken has fallen back to 13. The fight for second, third, fourth, fifth. Strawberry Racing, and it's Vance van der Halen, the first of the Boulevard Power Carts. Steinmont Kong again with a 57.637, fastest on track. The first, or the second Strawberry Racing driver, the first of which is Albert Friend, leaves the door open, is not passed. He'll get the good momentum coming down into turn 12, pulls out maybe half a cart length, which disintegrates under brakes. Vance van der Halen now under attack from Dragos, from the Austrian Rotax Max Challenge, who has his own problems in the form of Lars Lumbers. The best attack, or the best defense is attack, and he puts it down the inside of Vance van der Halen, who falls back to P4. Clark leads by 1 second. Friend in second place with breathing space. Now Albert with some momentum. Albie through to P2. Friend, Avasil Goulte, van der Halen, Lumbers. The two Bouvin Power drivers on your screen, being trailed by Sebastian Leuch, who's driving nicely in pre-final B here this morning. Sebastian for Sam Pollock Racing. It's a Kart Republic, of course. Chassis change for the SPR team for 2025. Sebastian just behind, tries to split the Boulevard drivers as they trade positions. Vance 238 takes last 242. Sebastian just behind in the Kart Republic. It's Kai Clark in the KR Sport Cosmic P1. Again, they trade positions. Here's Sebastian just behind Leuch. Sam Pollock Racing. And Taylor and Panel Steinmont Kong. What a drive from the tie. Harry Taylor with a 56.707. The DHR driver on your screen right there, trailing the back of Sebastian. Still the Boulevard drivers. Albert Friend with good momentum now. Being caught though by Dragos. Vasil Kute. Clark leads by 1 second dead. The Brits first, second, the Romanian, Austrian for the Italian MKC Motorsport team. Here in Belgium in third place in the form of Dragos. Then the two Belgians for the Boulevard Power team as Taylor makes the move down the inside of Sebastian Leuch. Nicely done from Harry, who's now made up 10 positions in the first half of pre-final B here this morning. Clark leads. He will join Jacob Ashcroft on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon if it stays like this in the second half of this pre-final B. For Junior Max, Dragos on your screen. Pike Clark leans down the back straight. Friend glances back behind. The front bodywork just shuddering through the airflow. The M11 OTK newly homologated bodywork. Not the fastest, it is a medium speed circuit. I'm not talking about the bodywork. Not the fastest track, around about medium speed. Top speed for the junior drivers, just under 110 kilometres an hour. The aerodynamics certainly coming into effect here, particularly right here, right now, across the line. Kai Clark also driving an OTK Cosmic Kart. 105 k's an hour, 108 for Dragos in the MKC Tony Kart. Taylor up into P5 as Eason Sheng with a 56.486 goes fastest. Outstanding drive from Panel Steinmont Kong from 18th to 7. The tie coming onto the straight now, just brilliant from Panel Hong Kong. Ahead of Mate Kobakidze, who has actually just been passed by Vance van der Halen, and the Winter Series champion also for KR Sport, Harry Freeman. Four laps remaining at the end of this one, 1.36 kilometres. Karting Genk, the home of champions here in Belgium, not too far from Circuit Zolder. Approximately halfway between Brussels and Antwerpen. This is Dragos in P4. So we get news from race control that AJ Bulgraf, despite it being a circuit that he knows oh so well, has had a tough weekend. He's down in 17th place and has just been issued a mechanical defect flag. The technical flag, we believe it is bodywork for AJ Bulgraf. Indeed, the rear bumper dragging on the bitumen. A quick pit stop can put him back in the race. It is not a black flag, just a mechanical defect flag. We saw that a number of times yesterday. The rear bumper dragging on the ground. Just a zip tie to put it back in place and get back on track. And with the DNFs, every point, every position is vital. A pit stop for AJ Bulgraf to put that rear bumper back in position. The sole retirement thus far is the Saudi Abdul Razak Al Quraishi. The gap down to 0.6 of a second between the two breeds. Kai Clark, Albert Friend. That's Lars Lambers in 2.42 going through. In P5, Harry Taylor, what a drive. From 16th to 4th. This is the race leader, Kai Clark, who leans. Friend in second place. Under pressure in the early stages was Albie, Minimax Euro champion, but has got the speed. He's actually closing in on the back of Kai Clark as his Strawberry Racing teammate Eason from Chinese Taipei puts in a 56.245 to go fastest. Eason Cheng behind Shun Sekiguchi, the two Asian drivers from Japan and Taiwan respectively, ahead of Ryan Gandor, who was rubbing wheels with Albie Friend on the opening lap of pre-final B here this morning. As now Kai Clark in beautiful Belgian sunshine leads by half a second with 2 laps remaining. Kobakidze now with a 56.2 goes fastest. The Georgian who won at the Steel Ring. They race across the line. Dan Engelsman, Archer, Gonzalez, Robiol, Lagash, Ninguia, Nolzak, Bergra still on track, Martinez and Luca Dumitriu, the Romanian, the final runner. Penultimate lap of the race for Kai Clark to join Jacob Ashcroft on the front row of the grid for the final. The two Senior Max pre-finals to come at the conclusion of this. Still AJ Bulgraf still circulating. The SP Motorsport team are down in pit lane waiting for their driver as Kai Clark stares back to Albie Friend and starts the last lap of the race. 0.6 of a second clear. Harry Taylor, what a drive from HT with a 56.1. Goes purple, fastest lap of the race, and has come storming through from 16th to 3rd. Brilliant from Taylor for Dan Holland Racing. Strawberry Racing second, KR Sport P1, Dan Holland Racing P1 on the grid for the final, courtesy of Jacob Ashcroft, likely to be joined by Ashley Orchard's team driver, Kai Clark, who is being caught by Albert Friend, but down in front of the grandstand for the final time, pre-final B. Clark just drifts it into turn 14, P1. The checkered flag will wave. KC leads the way. He wins pre-final B to start grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Friend second. From Harry Taylor, brilliant drive from HT. Dragos, Lars, Sebastian Panus, Hong Kong. The tie 7th from grid 18. Van Halen, Kobakidze and the Winter Series champion, Harry Freeman in P10. Kai Clark wins. Friend and Harry Taylor, the only driver under 56 seconds as we take a look at the highlights of pre-final B. Taylor, 16th off the start. We'll get back to Harry in a moment as Ryan and Albert touched wheels. Smoke pouring off the Mojo tyres in the early stages. Under immense pressure early on. From Vance van der Halen was Albert Friend. Had the speed, broke clear though, to finish in second place. All the while, Harry Taylor was making his way up through the field. Clark wins, Friend second. Taylor crosses the line in third place. As he did so, he went purple with a 55.927 to come third from grid 16. The Brits, 1, 2, 3. Clark will start grid 2 for the final. Friend second. Taylor, Dragos, P4 from Lars. Sebastian, great drive from Stone Hong Kong. Van der Halen, Mate Kobakidze, and the Winter Series champion behind the Georgian who won at the Steel Ring. Kobakidze 9. And Harry Freeman 10. Sekugo, Cheese Sheng, Gandor, Bram van der Berken, Naldan Angelsman, Archer, Gonzalez, Robbie Olagash, Noel Zak and AJ Berggraf did take the checkered flag in P20. Matsinas Minguia, Luca Dumitriou and the sole retirement Abdul Razak Al Qurashi from Saudi out after 3 laps. Clark wins and will join Ashcroft on the front row of the grid for the final. Just 2 pre-finals remaining here for Senior Max. 26 laps to race here this morning, 13 laps. So almost 18 kilometres for each of the 2 pre-finals here this morning. 2 minutes away from the start. Pre-final A for Senior Max. Pre-final A, Omar Gunham. The Lebanese Emirati will start from pole position alongside Tis van Pijk. 36 drivers on the grid, 75 entries down to 72 for the 2 pre-finals here this morning. 2021 champion Sean Butcher will start pole position for pre-final B. His teammate for KR Sport, Omar, out of grid 1. Pre-final A, Omar will lead the field out. 36 drivers on track for pre-final B. We'll take a look at the grid for you as Omar is the first driver to come out on circuit. In fact, it is Sean we've got ahead of ourselves here. It's Sean Butcher, his teammate. Omar on pole position for pre-final B. This is pre-final A. Sean on pole position. Jort van Wyk. It's still a Van Wyk out of grid 2, but it's Jort in triple 3. Lewis out of grid 3. Rayan Bourguignon has been impressive. The young French driver, Mac B, who took pole position on Friday alongside Kian Geraghty. Soichiro Shioda, Mehdi Lassoud, Tino Sidler and Yuri Lavar. Out of grid 10 is the Slovenian. Martin Varga, Lado Kukianice, Sveta Uben for GKS Lemons. Jim Bark, Aman Hamilton. We'll speak about the Australian in a moment who didn't set a time in qualifying. Lorenzo Jaquinto, P16. MS Demarcaya, Lizzie Mentier out of 18. Olivia Yonkers, OJ is alongside Attila Kalapach. Denny Shields, Les Cantan, Alexandro Volta, Antoine Lemieux, Ralph Zani, Tituan Lescali, Ralph van der Pavert, Tituan Horshay, Lloyd Hare out of grid 13. Lotus Tveen, she had a big crash yesterday. She's back on track alongside Adish Mehta, Elia Galvanin, Florin Eggenberger, Laura Bubyanova, for Craft Motorsport is alongside the second Saudi. Laith, Malmina, also for the Birul Art KSB team. The Austrian team with their Saudi driver is alongside Lauda Bubjanova from Slovakia on the final row of the grid. Omar Ghanem on pole position. That's pre-final B. Sorry for the confusion there. It is still AKR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, front row of the grid for both the two pre-finals. In this pre-final A, Sean alongside Yacht. In pre-final B, it will be Omar alongside Tees. So Van Wyk, grid 2 for pre-final A, Van Wyk, grid 2 for pre-final B. But it's the 2021 European champion, the London-born Australian who finished P2 in the pouring rain, to Macaulay Bishop at the steel ring, who had a DNF in his third heat. Actually, it wasn't a DNF, but it may as well have been. Straight ahead into the chicane, across the line in P27. Starts P5 behind Lewis Goff. The Sam Pollock Racing Kart Republic out of grid 3. Butcher on pole position for KR Sports. Pre-final A, Senior Max. We race. A clean start for the moment. Sean Butcher, P1, just having to defend from Jort van Wyk in 333. Goff goes into third place. There's Tino Sidler. As we look at Rayon Bourguignon, the 15-year-old French NSK champion. Lewis defends from the Swiss champion Tino Sidler for Strawberry Racing. A clean start for the moment until we speak down into the chicane. Speak too soon, I should say. A crash eliminating one of the Dams Racing drivers. Sean Butcher unaffected. It was Shioda, Yuri Lavar, Martin Varga, and also Sverre Uben involved. One of the KR Sport drivers has rolled to a stop in the grass. Shioda from Japan, Martin Varga coming together. Bishop in second from Lewis. Tino, Jort van Wyk, Kian Gerety, Mehdi Lassoud, Rayan Bourguignon, the two French drivers, Kokianidze, Demarkaya, and Olivier Yonkers. Just outside the top 10, Seidler and Goff. They're almost into the grass, into the gravel on the side of the circuit. They run into the marbles of Sean Butcher, who has had a perfect run thus far, finished P3 in the first round of Wackersdorf, finished P2 in the second round in the steel ring, now runs P1 in the pre-final here this morning. A former European champion for the team from Silverstone in England, the London-born Australian leads pre-final 8, looking to lock down grid 1 for the final of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy at GENK here this afternoon. The gap, 0.6 of a second last time round. Bishop, who took pole position on Friday, trying to catch the Aussie in P1. Lewis in P3. Sidler, Gerety, Lassoud, Kokianidze. It was Adish Mehta, incidentally, who was off into the grass, has rejoined. In fact, that's the Indian at the very top of your screen. Still circulating, but down in 33rd position. Lassoud has to defend. The 326 Sodi Kart Sigma in 6th place from Kokianidze. Jort van Wyk, OJ in 9. Great start from Yonkers for the Dams Racing team. From 19th on the grid. Here's the Sodi Kart of the first French driver, Mehdi Lassoud. Last year's French champion, the Rotax Max Challenge behind the Swiss champion Tino Sidler. Bourguignon has just been passed by Lizzie Mentier, who's now up into 11th from grid 18. Yonkers into P9. Great drive from OJ for the Dams Racing team on a circuit he knows well. Here's the Sidler on the back of King Gerety. Kokianidze, Jort van Wyk behind. There's Yonkers for the Dams Racing team. Butcher leads by 0.7 of a second to Bishop and Lewis Goff. Sidler down the inside. Mehdi tries to follow through. Kian Gerety, track position on the outside. It becomes the inside. keeps the soddy cart of last year's French champion just behind. Sean Butcher, P1. Perfect driving style for the KR Sport team driver. Lassoud under attack from Kian Geraghty, trying to retake the place, and does so. Lassoud briefly going by Kian. Geraghty taking him back. Lassoud, the French champion, 6th in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. Now with Olivier Yonkers just behind. Home circuit for OJ for the Yandams racing team. Demarkaya. Yonkers with a 55.8 faster even than the race leader Sean Butcher. Kian Geraghty under immense pressure. White lines it into turn 11. Down in front of the grandstand. Dives down the inside at the last possible moment. Perfect pass. That was an excellent move from Mehdi Lassoud to go back by Kian Geraghty, 337. The Strawberry Racing team also being passed by Yonkers. OJ is flying. Staring at the Dan Holland Racing driver on his inside, Lado Kukianidze. The Georgian as Kian Geraghty falls back to P8. Sean Butcher leads by 0.7 of a second from the fastest qualifier. The driver who beat him in the pouring rain at the steel ring in the Czech Republic, Macaulay Bishop for Dan Holland Racing. They race down the back straight. Lewis, Goff, P3, Sidla, Lassoud. Bourguignon has fallen down to 17th. The two-time French Cup champion. Last year's French NSK Series champion who has been a star in qualifying. The young 15-year-old French driver with a home circuit of Angeville, south of Paris. Rayan Bourguignon is down into 17th though. Two retirements, Yuri Lavar, Adish Mehta, as we approach half race distance, pre-final 8 for Rotax Max Senior this morning. The gap out to 0.8 of a second as the Soddy Kart driver, Mehdi Lassoud, goes fastest. Lloyd Hare though with a 55.399, back in 14th ahead of Denny Shields. Lowers the mark even further. Quentin is behind Lloyd Hare with a 55.399. Lloyd is the fastest on circuit. Multiple international champion. Here's Sean Butcher, finishing 3rd in last year's series. Matthew Higgins, of course, taking the title. Matthew, not too far away, racing in the Spa 24-hour race, now in the GT3 series. Matthew Higgins, sometime driver coach as well. Son of American rally champion David Higgins. Matthew joining us at the steel ring, but having to race in the biggest GT3 race in the world in Spa-Francorchamps at this very moment, only about 1 hour from here. Again, Lloyd goes faster, the Dan Holland Racing driver. That's his teammate Bishop in 2nd place. Sidler has gone through on Lewis Goff. Lewis P4. Lewis was P4 at the steel ring with a great drive from 12. As you look at Attila Kalapach fighting with Jim Bach. Zani, Laura Bubjanova has come from the back of the grid to P23. Ralph van der Pavert, great effort from Lotus Tveen as well. A big crash yesterday. She needed medical assistance, but she's up into P25 ahead of Sverre Uben Eggenberger. Famous racing name from Switzerland, of course. Raul, Maumina, Jose, Jack Quinto. Down in 31 from Shioda and Martin Varga. Lap 9 of 13, Sean leads the way. The gap out to 1 second. That's Sverre Uben. Florian Eggenberger on debut in the Euro Trophy for 2025 from the Rotax Max Challenge Swiss Championship. Yonkers, Temir Kaya, Geraghty, Jort van Wyk, Lizzie Mentia, Amand Hamilton. No representative time set in qualifying. From grid 30 to 12th in the first 3 heats. Grid 30 to 13th in his final heat. Amand Hamilton, the 2nd Australian from grid 15. The first KMS Europe team kart is now in 12th place. Just comes onto the straight now. This is his countryman in P1. Sean Butcher from Bishop, Sidler from Switzerland, and Lesoud. Fastest lap again now for Denny Shields into the 54s. Denny from the Emirates, 54.970. Confirmation the bottom left of your screen, faster even than the race leader. On your screen, Sean Butcher leads down through the chicane. Past Model Race Gang. This is Sidler for Strawberry Racing. Sean Butcher, a perfect weekend with the exception of qualifying where he was just pipped by Macaulay Bishop, who took grid 1. He was fastest out of 75 karts over 1 lap, but Sean Butcher, a perfect run through the heats thus far, and almost certainly will start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Bishop with no response to the KR Sport team driver for the moment. Butcher through the left-hander into turn 6. Races down the back straight, 2.5 laps remaining. There's Bishop, who's actually been caught slightly by Sidler, Lesoud, and Lewis Goff in P5. The Kart Republic for Sam Pollitt Racing. Yonkers, a brilliant drive from 19th to 6th. This is Tino. Strawberry Racing team driver. Currently in position 3. So Sean Butcher, the gap, well over 2 seconds now. Last lap next time round. The field spread out, just the 2 retirements, Yuri Lavar and Ishmeta. Sidler on the back of Bishop and Mehdi Lesoud in 4th place in the first non-OTK kart. Butcher, last lap and a 54.932 goes fastest. Last opportunity for Tino to move up some grid positions for the final this afternoon. Sean, pole position, grid 1. If he holds on for the final half lap, which looks inevitable. Brilliant driving style from Sean Butcher, like a statue behind the wheel of the KR Sport Cosmic. Every bump, every ripple strip, barely panics, minimal steering input. The Cosmic chassis newly homologated for 2025. In front of the grandstand into turn 14 for the final time. He finished 3rd in the series opener at Wackersdorf. He finished 2nd at the Steel Ring. He will start grid 1 for the final this afternoon. Sean Butcher takes victory ahead of Macaulay Bishop, the fastest qualifier, 2nd. Sidler, Lesoud, Lewis Scott, P5, Kokinitze, Yonkers, great drive, Geraghty, Jot van Wyk, Aman Hamilton. What a fight back, the 2nd Australian after qualifying 75th effectively. Has crossed the line in pre-final A in P10. And there's Lemieux. Shields, who did set fastest lap but falls down to 31st. The final finisher, Soichiro Shielda from the land of the rising sun. And Martin Varga crosses the line now in position 33 with a Nassau panel that is severely out of position. Butcher with a 54.890 under the 55-second bracket. Goes purple on the final lap of the race. The highlights from pre-final A, he led from pole position and disappeared into the distance as Yuri Lavar and Martin Varga came together down through the chicane on the opening lap of the race. Lesoud was flying, following Tino Sidler through. The Story Kart driver from France, but it was Sean Butcher who continues his thus far perfect weekend, finishes P1 to start grid 1 for the final this afternoon. Final pre-final of the morning in just a moment. Pre-final B as we look at the results. The Australian winning from the Brit and Tino Siebler in third place. Lasud, Lewis Goff, Kukianidze, great drive from Olivier from 19th to 7th. Kian Garrity home in 8th. North Van Wyk and the second Australian, Aman Hamilton, grid 75 after qualifying in 10th place. Rayon Bourguignon, NSK French champion last year, has been quick. The 15-year-old in 16th place though for Boulevard Power. Drops down the order for this afternoon's final on the grid. It will be Sean Butcher on pole position. We'll find out who joins him in just a moment, potentially. His Lebanese Emirati teammate Omar Ghanem, who starts out of grid 1 alongside the second Van Wyk brother, Ties Van Wyk, for pre-final B. Our 7th and final pre-final of the morning here at Karting Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. The green flag flies and Omar leads the field out onto the circuit. This is the grid for pre-final B for Senior Max. Our final pre-final of the morning, Omar on pole position. Ties Van Wyk out of grid 2. There's Amanda Salonen, Anja Lavar, Markovic, Kenneth van Moerkerke and Ben Ziegler, the final driver to lead the circuit. Omar, grid 1, Ties, grid 2, Laurent Legault, the Montreal Cup champion alongside Martin Lichtner, Charlie Smith, United States of America Rotax champion for Strawberry Racing alongside Kai, Simon Perrigny, Tom Strill, Austin Lee and Matthias Kellyera. Grid 11 has Nud Nilsson for the RS competition team, Teresa Babichkova, Sebastian Koch, Cameron Nelson, Verheyen Pedersen, that's Dean, the American. Another American from Canada, that's the North American. Arno Sabaran, Matteo Montrone, Christopher Holz, 323, and Fernando from Estonia for the Kiwi Racing team out of grid 20. Hugo Brun, Sasha Rame, Ruben Verheyen, Will Pemble, Frederic Lemieux, Scott Westhovens, Bo Riksberger, GKS Lemons, Koreishi, Otten Summer-Bastian, and Marco Bernardi. And the X-Spree out of grid 30, Theo Lemois, Amanda Salonen, Boris Markovic, Anja Lavar, Kenneth van Moerkerke. The Belgian is alongside the Swiss driver Ben Ziegler out of grid 36. Word from race control, there may be a problem with Marco Bernardi. The second Italian yet to leave the grid, we believe. As Ben Ziegler goes on through, looking for Marco Bernardi. The 624 was to have started back on grid 30, but we believe we are missing the second Italian. We'll keep you up to date with that as Omar leads the field around on pole position for our final pre-final of the morning in beautiful Belgian sunshine. Karting Genk, the home of champions. Again, Van Wyk out of grid 2. Again, a KR Sport driver on pole position. Round 3, the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Round 3 for 2025, presented by WSK Promotion. The KR Sport drivers 1-3 on the grid. Don't be surprised if they're 1-2 after the first few corners. Charlie Smith, grid 5. But it's Omar on pole position. We race our final pre-final here this morning. Ties Van Wyk on the outside misses the jump. And yes, it's the KR Sport drivers who go 1-2 briefly. Ties fights back. Brilliant from Van Wyk. And the top Dutchman has actually gone through and taken the lead. Fantastic. It looked as though he missed the start, carpet went around both the KR Sport team drivers. Tees Van Wyk. He was a good 2 kart lengths behind the pole sitter. Omar Gunham hung it around the outside and took the lead. Van Wyk van de Netherlands in de eerste positie in dit de eerste ronde. The driver from across the border in the Netherlands, P1, on the first lap of our final pre-final here this morning. Den Holland Racing, KR Sport. KR Sport, Charlie up into P4. Good start from Simon Perrigny as they go wheel to wheel. Omar fires it down the inside. Aggression from Omar Gunham. Did not touch. Spectacular as he sent it on Tees Van Wyk, KR Sport 1-3. The Dutchman in second. That's Simon. The Kart Republic of the French driver in P5. Potentially P4 as he closes in on the back of Charlie Smith. Great start from Lud Nielsen. The RS competition driver, the Danish team, the Danish driver from grid 11. He's in P6 from Ligner, Austin Lee, Kai Beach, Nelson Strel, Teresa Babichkova, Matthias Kellira, Pemble, and the second driver from the United States of America, Dean Pedersen. Tees Van Wyk back down the inside, goes P1. News from race control, Bastian Ottensummer is under investigation. Marco Bernardi just confirming did not make the start. The Italian out before we went green. As Tees Van Wyk muscles his way back down the inside of Omar, who goes back to P2. Gunham would still join Butcher for an all KR Sport. Front row of the grid for the final as it stands right now. This is only at lap 3 of 13 as they scatter going down the back straight. Austin Lee, Cameron Nelson, Martin Ligner, Simon Perrigny from France. Kai Beach, Teresa Babichkova. She goes by Tom Stadel into P11. Nielsen on the inside, but unfortunately for the Dane, that becomes the outside. Sitting in behind the Canadian Cup champion, Laurent Legault. Le Québécois, 3-4-3 for KR Sport. Having to defend, he slides. Cameron Nelson, the Welshman, just behind, 3-0-4. Gets the run, races across the line at 107 k's an hour. Nelson at 110. 3 k's an hour advantage with the slipstream as Laurent Legault under immense pressure from Austin Lee and Cameron Nelson. Martin Ligner's there as well. Simon Perrigny drops down to 9. Tees Van Wyk still P1. Smith third. Smith fourth. He's just been passed by Lud Nielsen. Now the top Tony kart is that of the RS competition team in third place. Smith back to 4. Bastian Ottensummer under investigation. You can delete that. Here has been, I'll say that again. Under investigation, the Austrian, now a 3-second penalty. That drops him down to 33rd position. Will need to drive magnificently in the second half of pre-final B. Will the Austrian Ottensummer just to make it through to the final. 75 drivers here at Karting Genk for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. 72 in the pre-final, 36 to race the final this afternoon. There's Smith, flips the ripple strip down through the chicane. Lud Nielsen closes in on the back of Omar, now drives it up the inside. On the ripple strip, 301, the Tony Kart Racer 401 T chassis. Nice pass, did not touch, kept it clean, drove it over the ripple strip perfectly straight. And now the Dane for the RS competition team from Voyens, 300 kilometres from the Danish capital of Copenhagen through to P2. But it's Tees Van Wyk from just over the border in the Netherlands, P1. As it stands, KR Sport 1-2 on the grid for the final. Van Wyk, row 2 of the grid for the final. We move into the second half of our final pre-final here this morning. Nelson with a 55.690 goes by the Canadian Laurent Legault. The Canadian champion 3-4-3, also taking victory in the Rotax Winter Cup at Orlando in Florida. Falls back to P6 from Martin Lickner. This is Nielsen though, fighting for the lead and grid position for the final later this afternoon. Cameron Nelson again goes fastest as Nud Nielsen goes first. Nud, who's had, let's just say, a reasonable weekend throughout the heats, but now he's fastest. He goes P1. The Dane in the top spot. The Dutchman back to second. Ties van Wyk would still start Grid 3 for the final. We have got 5.5 laps to race here this morning. Our final pre-final, Nielsen in P1. Ties van Wyk, Omar Gunham would start alongside his KR Sport teammate Sean Butcher for the final this afternoon. The temperature approaching 30 degrees Celsius. The Mojo rubber has been painted onto the circuit, not in the literal sense, but you can see the dark rubber lines, particularly down into turn 2 in just a moment. The OTK M11 bodywork, there is the rubber. And there at turn 4 as well. The bodywork shuddering as they just clip 111 kilometres an hour, fastest last time through the speed trap was the second Canadian, Anu Sabaram, at 111.1. The debris flying down into turn 7, down through the chicane. Strel, Pedersen, Austin Lee, Veach, there's Pemble, Kellyup, Vestovens, Holtz going through from Fernando, Sebastian Koch, Ruben Verheyen, and the remaining Italian, Matteo Montrone, Ziegler from the back of the grid. That's Ben in 22. Cameron Nelson, 55, 363, in 304 in P5. From grid 14 is the fastest on circuit. The second Den Helen racing driver gets the tow from Omar Gunham. Nielsen in P1. 3.5 laps remaining. Just a reminder, our first final at 1 o'clock local time, so that's just over 45 minutes from now. That's for DD2, followed by the mini final at 1:30 local time, the junior final at 2 o'clock, and the senior max final at 2:30 local time. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented for the second year now by WSK Promotion here at Karting Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. Abichkova, she's made her way through to P9, just going by Dean Pedersen. There's Teresa coming onto the straight. The Dan Holland Racing teammate Ties van Wyk to start grid 3 for the final. As it stands now, with 3 laps remaining, we've almost put the grid in concrete for this afternoon. Butcher will start grid 1. Omar Gunham has dropped down to 6, but still enough to start grid 2 for the final. Ties van Wyk, Jort van Wyk, the second row of the grid. Lewis Goff, Laurent Legault, Macaulay Bishop, 7, Martin Lickner, 8. That's as it stands at the moment, with 3.5 laps remaining. Nielsen, the gap out to 0.4 of a second as Laurent Legault, the Canadian champion, puts in a purple sector. Nielsen picking up points for the pre-final as well towards the Euro Trophy. Sean Butcher, just reminding you, is the championship leader, 319 points. Bishop 306. Nelson, Cameron, who's fourth in pre-final B, is third in the series from Kian Geraghty, and Ties van Wyk, who is second in pre-final B here this morning. There's Charlie Smith, the American-Slovakian for the English Strawberry Racing team. First year racing seniors. Junior champion of the United States of America. Charlie 308 as the field poured down the back straight into the chicane. Bastian Ottensummer, 3-second penalty. It's now irrelevant. He's one of four retirements. Theo Lamois is out. Frederic Lemieux and also Marco Bernardi, who did not make the start. Almost certainly Bastian's weekend is over Martin Lichtner puts in a 55.136, eclipsed by Dean Pedersen. A 55.1 for the second driver from the United States. He goes purple. Dean Pedersen in P10, also racing with us in the OK Direct Drive category. In WSK World Competition, there's Amanda Salonen, the final runner in 3.97, down in 32nd position. On this, the penultimate lap of pre-final B for Rotax Max Senior. Nielsen from Denmark leads the way. The team from Denmark in the Tony Kart Racer 401 chassis. Last lap of the race, Ralf Schulzen competition. Kenneth Nielsen, team manager. It is Knud Nielsen, team driver in P1, the team from Vojens in Denmark. Quite a distance from Copenhagen. The Tony Kart Racer 401. There's Charlie, P3. Nielsen on his way to victory as Charlie Smith puts in a purple 55 dead. Goes fastest, fighting Gunham with Lichtner, Laurent Legault. Babichkova, she's up to 8 now. Simon Perrigny from Peterson. And Lee, the two Americans, Strill and Kai Veach, who now puts in a purple sector. Will Pemble to finish 14th from grid 24. The final corner, the final pre-final. The driver from Denmark, the team from Denmark, Knud Nielsen from RS Competition, comes across the line to win Senior Max pre-final B. Ties van Wijk finishes second, will start grid 3 for the final alongside his brother Jort. Omar Gunham crosses the line P6. It is an all-KR sport. Front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. There's Lavar, Verheyen, Bo Ulrichs, Van Morkeke, Amanda Salonen, who just gets by Boris Markovic, who's the final finisher on the last lap of the race. The highlights from our final pre-final here this morning. Omar Gunham from pole position. Watch this move from Ties van Wijk, who was back to third after missing the start, centered around the outside. Brilliant move to lead the opening stages. Gunham going back down the inside. Knud Nielsen, though, was the driver on the charge. Nice move was this to take Omar Gunham into turn 11. And then going by the Dutchman from P1 and racing away to take victory in pre-final B here this morning. Nielsen wins, and it is Sean Butcher and Omar Gunham for an all-KR Sport front row of the grid for the Senior Max final this afternoon. Ties van Wijk, second, will start grid 3 for the final. Charlie Smith, third, brilliant for the young American with the fastest lap of the race as well. Nielsen, Laurent Legault, Omar, P6 for grid 2 for the final. Lichtner, Babichkova, Simon Perrigny, and Dean Pedersen, the second driver from the US, in P10. For quite a few of these drivers on your screen, we'll wait for word from Race Direction, but their weekend has come to an end. 75 drivers in Senior Max, 202 in total from around the world here this weekend. 72 for the pre-finals and 36 for the final this afternoon. The grids are now set. We will take a break. We will rejoin you at 1 o'clock, which is 45 minutes from now. Okay, 44 minutes for the first of our finals this afternoon. That's DD2 at 1 o'clock at local time. Don't go too far away. There is confirmation. DD2, our first final at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Karting Genk, the home of champions here in Belgium. We'll see you in 45 minutes from now. afternoon and welcome to beautiful Belgium. This is Karting Genk, the home of champions, round 3 of 4 for 2025, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. It is summertime here in the north of Europe. We have got beautiful blue skies and we are ready to race the first of our 4 finals here this afternoon, starting with the direct drive Rotax 2-speed DD2 category, also including the DD2 Masters drivers as well. 202 drivers from around the world. This is round 3 of this year's series. Before we go to the series decider at the foot of the active volcano Mount Vesuvius in the south of Italy on the first weekend of September. Nice to have your company wherever you are watching us around the world. I can tell you the track is dry, the sun is shining, the breeze is blowing just nicely. It is 27 degrees Celsius here at one of the most famous circuits in the world, Karting Genk, which dates back to the early 1980s. Enzo Bol from just across the border in the Netherlands. The team from the Netherlands, SP Motorsport, will start out of pole position for the DD2 final here this afternoon alongside Will Christensen. RS competition, but now driving a Birrell Art chassis. Here's the Dane in 444, also involving or including the Masters drivers, the first of which is Nicholas Pickle, who starts Grid 3 outright. The second Masters driver is Zenderu, who won last year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in the south of Italy. Before we race here this afternoon, let's check out the highlights. First of all, from the DD2 category, and then we'll hear from the DD2 Masters driver, Zenderu. But firstly, the highlights from what has taken place thus far this week at Genk in Belgium. Enzo Bol will start from pole position. Jakob Berschel, the Czech driver who won in the pouring rain in the Czech Republic, he is the championship leader on 420 points to the Belgian Len Nyes on 385 points. Speaking of Belgian drivers, before we race, let's hear from the Belgian, now Slovenian, who's now racing the 535 kart in the Masters category, Zenderu. Zenderu, welcome to Karting Genk here in Belgium. Something of a home race for you.
Yeah, it is. I've been racing here for many years, so it feels a little bit like coming home.
This year, a little bit of a change for you, but you are racing in the Masters category. How's that going?
Yeah, it's a little bit different, so because we are driving together with the youngsters, so some other Masters are also very fast, so it's, yeah, you need to think a little bit more and calculate when to take a risk and when not to take a risk. So Nicholas is a very good driver who also won last year in the Masters, so for sure we know each other for a long time. And this year from our side, yeah, we had a little bit of difficulties, technical problem in Trinec, which cost us some points, then a crash in Wakkersdorf, which cost us some points. So it's all part of the game, but still 2 races to go, so we'll give it everything we have. This year we decided to make less races, so instead of doing also national championships and a lot of testing, we only do the Euro series, so the 2 winter and then the Euro Trophy and Le Mans. So instead of 20 races we make only 7, which has impact.
You just alluded to the changes in your personal life. Congratulations, you're now a father. How is that going?
Yeah, very good. We don't try to complicate the things. Sarah is an amazing mom, and it's an amazing feeling. I mean, it's the best that we can ask for.
XDR, now father XDR, starting at grid 11, a new fan in the stands, just 3 months old, his young baby. Watching on his father, who did, of course, take victory in the Rotax Max Challenge at Grand Finals. He is the second Masters driver, the first of which is Nicolas Picot. You can just see the French driver outside second row of the grid, inside second row of the grid. P3 outright and the first Masters driver. This is the front row of the grid as you join us just a few moments before the start of the DD2 Final here this afternoon. There's Christoph Adams, the only driver standing out of his cart. Quite a bit of confidence, and you would have after nearly 4 decades of experience. Multiple national champion, European champion Christoph Adams, performing something of a Pilates routine prior to the start. 2007 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion at Al Ain in the Emirates. The same year when Georgia's older brother Benji Marshall took victory in the Rotax Max Challenge at Grand Finals. Benji Russell, that is, I should say. Same year that Christoph took the title, he now sets off as we get ready for the DD2 Final here this afternoon in beautiful Belgian sunshine here at GENK, the home of champions. We'll check out the grid for you. It is the Dutchman for the Dutch team, Enzo. On pole position, WK, 444, Christensen out of 2. Nicolas Picot, the first Masters driver, Lawrence Herbal. Len Nice, here's the second Belgian, I should say, on the third row of the grid. Ranja Vidas, Jakob Beschel, who's the championship leader, who won in the Czech Republic. Sam Nopjes, Mika van der Pavert. Also for the SP Motorsport team, Leonardo Baccalini, the Italian in the Intrepid, out of grid 10. Zenderu, XDR, out of grid 11 alongside Martinez. Tankavicius, who's back with us after missing the Czech Republic race, starts out of grid 12, also in the Masters class. William Nordbeck, Frederick Zebes, Petra Beschel, Nico Guillaume, Alex Fillenbach, Will Ellswood, who finished P3 in the rain at the steel ring. Michael Rosina, he was P4 last month in the Czech Republic. And Ben Jabo, third in last year's European Championships, out of grid 20. Maurits Nopjes, the Dutchman from Dubai, Marco Drittenpraus, and it's Dexter, 10 shirt. He was third on the podium at Wackersdorf Manuel. Luca Nieuwenhausen, Giuliano Cucciolillo, Jeremy Brasler, Dusan Radojevic from Johannesburg in South Africa, Dimo Nota Francesco, and Ludovic Sabaran. The final row of the grid, Noyes Gerolatis, and Christoph Adams, 555 for the Dutch-Belgian or the Belgian-Dutchman, depending on which day of the week it is. He starts out of grid 31 alongside the Lithuanian. As you look at Enzo Bol, reigning European champion, it is Jakob Beschel who is the series leader, 420 points to Len Nice on 385. Petra Beschel, he's third in the series on 358 points. Will Ellswood after that fabulous podium in the steel ring in the Czech Republic, P4 on 356 points, tied with Will Christensen, 10 shirt 350. Sam Nopjes 349 and Michael Rosina 340 points, the Italian for MKC Motorsport. P4 in the rain in the Czech Republic, is 8th in the series. This is round 3 of 4. Wackersdorf, the series opener at Procard Raceland in the south of Germany. Steel ring in the pouring rain in the Czech Republic. Beautiful Belgian sunshine here at GENK, the home of champions. And the series decider at the foot of the active volcano, Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano. Round 3, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Down through turn 12, Enzo Bol backs the field up. The Dutchman for the Dutch Stanpex Motorsport team, the Kart Republic, on the front row of the grid. Welcome to one of the most famous circuits in the world, GENK, the home of champions. Round 3 of the 2025 Euro Champs. We race for the first time this afternoon. Jakob Beschel darts to the inside. Enzo Bol goes P1. Nico up into second place outright. Is the first Masters driver. But it's Enzo Bol from across the border in the Netherlands, the Dutch driver, the Dutch team here in Belgium, who goes P1 in the Eerste Ronde. Lap 1, P1 for Enzo. Nico, there's Christensen, Len Nice back to P4, a clean start for the moment. In DD2 as they go racing down into turn 7, down through the chicane past the model race GENK circuit, into turn 11, a clean start. Enzo leads the way. Nicholas Pickle in second place. In second place in the series is Len Nyes, who's in P4 in the Shepherds Racing at Kart Republic. There's Rania Vidas fighting the Kartletics Birilat. Comes across the line, does the Estonian in P5 from Lawrence Herbal. Semnopius, Jakob Beschel is back in P8. The championship leader, head of Leonardo Baccalini, Tankavicius, Duru, Mika van der Paver, Petra Beschel, Elswood with a great start up into P14. Underway here this afternoon in beautiful Belgian sunshine, Nicholas Pickle, Rotax Max Grand Finals champion in the Masters class at Sano, where we decide the Euro Championships on the first weekend of September. He's in second place outright. That's Christensen just behind. So it's a Kart Republic, a Tony Kart, and a Birilat, 1, 2, and 3. There's Lawrence Herbal behind Len Nyes. Christensen up the inside of Nicholas Pickle, who does not fight too hard. Remember, he's the first Masters driver, the second of which is Martinez Tankevicius, who comes across the line in P10, also driving a Birilat. Great to see the variety of manufacturers here as we have one off into the grass at the exit of turn 2. It looked to be one of the SP Motorsport drivers. Dropping down the order, it may well have been Mika van der Paver. Teammate does continue to lead. There's Len Nyes. It was Mika who drops right down the order. He had a strong start to the weekend, but a DNF in the pre-final this morning, and Mika van der Paver is now down to 25th position. His teammate, Enzo, the reigning European champion, one of quite a few drivers here in DD2 with experience, also in the KZ2 category. Nicholas Pickle, of course, French Cup champion and long circuit champion in KZ2, French champion in Rotax Max. His P3 outright is Christensen for the RS competition team, driving the Birilat 444 on the back of Enzo. Lap 4 of 14, the DD2 final here this afternoon. As Vol smashes over the ripple strip, unsettles the Kart Republic slightly, defends, stares back over his right shoulder, indicating, signaling to Christensen, who does not want to participate in those tactics for the moment and needs to attack because Nicholas is right behind, as is Laurence Herbal for Boulevard Power P4. The Tony Kart's third and fourth is Varanya Vidas. Tankavicius, Len Nyes has dropped down to 12th place. The Belgian still retains second in the championship. Jakob Beschel will cross the line to start lap 5. The championship leader in position 8. There's the Graf Motorsport driver. Baccalini up into P7 with a 55.447. The Intrepid, the Italian, is fastest. In the early stages of the DD2 Final, 32 starters, 30 still in the race. Mika van der Paver dropping right down to 25th position after dropping off the circuit. His afternoon going wrong. It is now a recovery drive as we watch his teammate Enzo Ball for Stampex Motorsport on a circuit they have done thousands upon thousands of laps on. Reigning European champion, also racing with us last year in the WSK Supermaster Series in the KZ2 category. His Tankavicius, Baccalini up to 7. Beschel, Semnopius, Elswood. As you look at Laurent Herbal. P4 back to Rania Vidas, the Kartletics machine. Martinez, Tankavicius in P6. Into turn 6, Christensen just shadowing Bol. The Tony Kart's third and fourth. Encouragement for the Italian in the background as Enzo has to defend. He walked away with the pre-final this morning, but it is now a 4-kart fight. Christensen looking to take the lead from Enzo. Bol, the kart not coming on just yet, obviously setting it up to come on strong in the second half of the race as Nicholas down the inside of Christensen. The move does not work, he's on the outside. Christensen defends, watch Herbal. They're 3 wide around turn 14. Rania Vidas, the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion of the world. P5 joins the fight. This gives Enzo breathing space. 0.8 of a second as Nico Guillaume puts in a 55 dead. He goes fastest. Does one of the multiple Belgians. He's in 14th. His countryman Zen behind. Still the third Masters driver. Nico Guillaume fastest on circuit for SP Motorsport. He's down in 14th place. Vidas, Pico, Tankavicius, Bacalini, and the championship leader, Jakob Beschel. Half race distance at the end of this one. Enzo Bol now with breathing space, 0.8 of a second. Back to the first Belgian, Laurence Herbol, Christensen, Rania Vidas. And then the two Masters drivers, Pico, Tankavicius, and Leonardo Bacalini in the Intrepid. We'll check the gap this time. It was 0.7 of a second. 0.6 now. 118 kilometers an hour for Martinius Tankavicius, as opposed to 114 for Enzo Bol, who has to break the toe for the remaining 31 drivers behind him. He says, Will. Christensen on the podium last year in the Winter Cup and also taking pole position earlier on in the series, in the Winter Series. Change of equipment for Will Christensen. Took pole, of course, at Viterbo in the second round of the Winter Series. So Enzo Bol now with the gap, 0.6 of a second. Back to Laurence Herbol. Christensen, Rania Vidas, a step off the podium is the Estonian. Bende Jabol, fastest on circuit with a 54.837. Bende, the multiple national champion, the Hungarian who was third in last year's Euro Series, is fastest on circuit. And the only driver under the 55-second bracket, with the exception of Laurence Herbol and Christensen. They've also cracked the 54s. Enzo Bol, a 55 dead, but critically still in P1. The gap down to 0.4 of a second. Boulevard Power in second place and looking good. Will Christensen just behind, then Rania Vidas. Pico Bacalini up to P6 from grid 10, the Italian in the Intrepid. The gap, 0.7 of a second, 0.6, 0.5, 4. It's down to 0.38. As Rania Vidas with a 54.74. The young Estonian in the Kartletics Birol Art, P4. He's quickest on circuit. He's 0.3 off this battle for the podium and the victory here this afternoon. Round 3, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Karting Genk, Belgium, the home of champions. The RS competition team normally associated with OTK, but Christensen in the Birol Art closes up on the back of the Boulevard Power. Tony Kart still the Kart Republic of Enzo, the reigning Euro champ, in P1. Into turn 14. 4 laps now remaining for Enzo Bol. Jakob Beschel still the championship leader on 467 points to Len Nyes, but the Czech is down in P8. Len Nyes is not having a good afternoon. The young Belgian is down in 16th position. Will Christensen now moves up to third in the series. He's third in the race as Nicolas Pigot clips the Ripple Street into turn 6. 3.5 laps remaining. The first 4, there's Bacalini, que bravo. Fifth place with tremendous pace. Down through the chicane. Past Model Race Genk. The attack from Christensen. Not this time into turn 11. Laurence Herbol, P2. The gap, 0.28 of a second. The Dutchman, the Belgian, and the Dane in P3. Rania Vidas as Christensen uses all the racetrack. Coming down out of turn 13, the Ripple Strip, and they come across the line, head down behind the steering wheel at 114 kilometers an hour. 117 for Rania Vidas in P4, closing in on a podium here this afternoon. This is lap 12 of 14, 1.36 kilometers. 1 lap of this world-famous Genk circuit, run by the Lemmens family since the early 1980s. And the Dutchman from just over the border in the Netherlands for the team from over the border in the Netherlands, Stampex Motorsport. The Kart Republic of Enzo Bol in P1 into P2. Nicely done. WK sends it to second place. Christensen second. Championship implication as well. Moves up to third in the series comfortably now. But it does give Enzo Bol, look at the lead. Look at the gap, it gives him breathing space. The gap was 0.2 of a second. It's now back out to 0.9. The fight for second, third, fourth, and Baccalini, the Italian, is not out of this as Viras runs into the back of her ball. Enzo Bol, P1. Baccalini is catching the Estonian. Ranya drives up the inside. Lawrence tries to drive him into the grass. It does not work. And the Kartletics Birolard goes through to P3. Nicely done by Ranya Viras. The former Grand Finals champion moves up onto the podium. And now Laurence Herbal, the Belgian here in Belgium, is at risk of losing P4. Baccalini in the intrepid senses of podium. Enzo Bol is dominating here this afternoon. Surely they won't catch the Dutchman. He comes around the final corner, time to break out the famous line. Dit is de laatste ronde voor de pilot van the Netherlands in de eerste positie. P1 for the Dutchman on the last lap. The gap 0.7 Christensen with his personal best, a 54.8 versus 54.9. Only a 10th out of the Dutchman in P1. The Dane in second, Ranya is in third. And Hobol defending from Baccalini down through the chicane for the final time. Christensen driving over the ripple strip, desperate to catch the Dutchman. He's had a dominant weekend. He is the reigning European champion. The Dutchman here in Belgium. 3 corners remaining. SP Motorsport back on top. The Kart Republic rounds the final corner. The checkered flag is about to wave, and the reigning European champion Enzo takes victory in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Bol wins for SP Motorsport. Christensen second and Ranya Viras on the podium with a purple 54.5 on the final lap of the race. Enzo takes victory. He wins it. Virtually a home race for the Dutch driver. He wins the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for DD2. Nico Pico crosses the line P6. He wins Masters. Martinias Tankavicius, the Lithuanian, home in P8, but 2nd Masters driver. And Zenderu on the Masters podium, 15th outright, but 3rd in the Masters category. Enzo Bol wins DD2. He will stand on the top step of the podium here this afternoon in Belgium. The highlights of DD2, Enzo Bol was on pole. He led the field up to the line. William Christensen with a good start, but Nicolas Picot, the first Masters driver, sending it into 2nd place. Laurence Herbal initially in the podium positions. Nicholas gesturing to William. They were 3 wide coming out of turn 14. And that right there gave Enzo Bol the breathing space to race away and take victory. Enzo Bol takes victory in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Christensen second, Ranya Viras for the Kartletics team back on the podium. Fastest lap of the race as well for the Estonian in 3rd place. Herbal, Baccalini, Pico takes victory in the Masters category. Jakob Beschel, P7, but the Czech is still the championship leader. Tankavicius, 2nd Masters driver home. Sam Nopius and Will Ellswood comes home in P10 to stay 4th in the series. Norbek, Nico Guillaume, Bendejabo, Zebes, Zenderu 15th, but the Belgian Slovenian is 15th outright and 3rd in the Masters category. Manuel Tanshirt on the podium in Wackersdorf, but not today, down in 26th place, ahead of Sabaran, Adams, Dusan Radojevic from Johannesburg, Brasler and Dimon Francesco, the final finisher for the Kartmeier team from Switzerland, Marco Drittenpraus, out in the early stages. Enzo Bol takes victory and will stand on the top step of the podium. The presentation for the DD2 category and, of course, the Masters category as well. Live from beautiful Belgium here at GENK in just a moment. Making their way up to the podium here, the DD2 presentation and then the DD2 Masters drivers as well. A beautiful Belgian afternoon karting GENK, the first of our 4 finals here this afternoon. Enzo takes victory. The Dutch team, the Dutch driver here in Belgium, virtually a home race. DD2. And then DD2 Masters as well. Then we continue racing this afternoon. The Mini Max drivers, they're down on the grid. Our second final in just a moment. Wait for Will and Radia to put the race suit on. Enzo is ready to go. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. The first podium presentation here this afternoon for DD2, followed by DD2 Masters. The podium for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2. In third place from Estonia for the Kartletics team, Rania Vides. Second place for RS competition from Denmark WK, Will Christiansen. The winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for Stampex Motorsport. Van the Netherlands in the eerste positie. The winner here at GENK, Enzo Bol. And representing SP Motorsport, Stampex. Third place to Rania Vides from Estonia. Second place to William Christiansen from Denmark. Van the Netherlands, the winner here in GENK, Enzo Bol. And representing his own winning team, SP Motorsport, Stampex. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for DD2, round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Rania Vides. Second, William Christiansen. And the winner here at Karting GENK, but the Netherlands, Enzo Bol. Thank you, Rania. Tak, William. Dankjewel, Enzo. The DD2 podium here. And then, as ever, the DD2 Masters as well. Drivers from officially Slovenia, Lithuania, and France, 1, 2, 3 on the grid for the Masters category. DD2 Masters, the second DD2 category within the class. In third place, the Belgian, now Slovenian, AKK Motorsport, Zenderu. Second place in DD2 Masters from Lithuania, Martynas Tankevičius. Et aussi le vainqueur ici en Belgique, Nicolas Picot. The DD2 Masters podium. In third place, the now Slovenian Zenderu. Second place from Lithuania, Martynas Tankavicius. Et aussi, ici en Belgique, le vainqueur Nicolas Picot. And Nicolas has a privateer also officially having the trophy, collecting the trophy as a privateer once again, winning DD2 Masters. Et maintenant, le mastier. Podium for DD2 Masters. Third place, Zenderu. Second, Martynas. And Nicolas Picot wins DD2 Masters once again. Stay with us on Motorsport TV. The Minimax Final live from GENK in just a moment. To the max, and we are speaking of the mini max category. Oliver Spencer, pole position for SP Motorsport. The Dutch team have just taken a victory a few moments ago with Enzo Bol in DD2. They start grid 1 with Oliver Spencer. Before we race the Minimax Final, let's check out some of the highlights this week at Karting GENK in Minimax. Alfie Mayer took pole position in time qualifying on Friday, a time of 58.489. Starts back on the fourth row of the grid though. Still well in contention for the victory, but Oliver Spencer, the Brit now for the Dutch team, will start out of pole position. Lucian Smith, grid 2 for KR Sport, fastest. Luke Smith in his group of qualifying on Friday with a 58.638. Alfie, quickest in time practice, time qualifying. It starts out of grid 7. Oliver will be to the left of your screen in just a moment. Still to step into the kart is OS from England for the Dutch team to start from pole position for this, the Belgian Mini Max Trophy. Oliver's still standing beside the kart. There he is, the only driver to step in. He starts from grid 1. Oliver Spencer, the British champion, who was second in last year's Euro Trophy. This is the Belgian Mini Max Trophy. He starts grid 1. Smith for the team from Silverstone to the right of your screen. 36 drivers on the grid, back to the Japanese debutant Ayo Nakagawa from the land of the rising sun for the Dance Racing team. Now Oliver steps into the Kart Republic. To the left of your screen, he will start on pole position. We race over 10 laps. We'll show you the grid in a moment and take a look at the Union Jacks, which dominate the graphic here. 1, 2, 4, 5, and then 7th back to 15th on the grid. The formation lap for the Belgian Minimax Trophy here at Karting Genk. Oliver Spencer, the Brit, for the Dutch team on pole position. There we go. Look at the Union Jacks, which dominate the grid here. Spencer out of 1, Smith out of 2, Mick Liekers van the Netherlands, Tom Reed for Strawberry Racing out of 4, Austin Amman and Alfie Ward out of grid 6. Alfie Mayer, the fastest qualifier, Joshua Cork and Riley Murrow. Sam Pollard racing alongside Logan Rolfe, having his first Euro Trophy race of 2025 out of grid 10. Max Jolly back out of 11. Arthur Ferro, 1, 2, 3 out of 12. Benedictus alongside Leo. Then we go to Guido from the Emirates. Mark Quesada, MKC Motorsport, also from the Emirates. The German, Harry Kallenberg, Kees Moyes. The Dutchman, Jensen Walker. And Emerson Mack, who won in the rain. In the Czech Republic, out of grid 20. Tren van Melic. Tika Mir from Kashmir. Out of grid 22, Ava Lawrence, the Australian from the Emirates. Juliana Schultz from over the border in Germany. Sebastian de Moissac. Garrett Karakovic, Korashi, Mario Roberto, the Italian Brit. And Harrison Jeffrey from Calgary in Canada, out of grid 30. Pedro Faria, o menino do Brasil in the Energy. The boy from Brasilia, the Brazilian capital, out of 31. Herbal, Buvan Power, Thomas Gavaniano, Hans Klaas, Felix Chung, and Nakagawa from Japan for Dams Racing, out of grid 36. The single race, Belgian Minimax Trophy. Was Felix Chang going down through the chicane, 156 from Chinese Taipei. Oliver Spencer still taking some getting used to see the Brit in the Dutch colours of SP Motorsport. The British champion, second in last year's Euro Trophy, grid 1. Lucian looks across, does Smith. KR Sport driver, the team from Silverstone. Clinkers inside second row, the first non-Brit. Inside the top 10. All the way back to Marc Quesada from France, out of grid 16. We welcome you to Karting Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. The Belgian Minimax Final. Oliver on pole position. Over 10 laps, his 1.36 kilometre circuit. Walking pace. And now Oliver goes. No chance. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, sends them around one more time. Oliver trying to get the jump. Yeah, that was never going to happen. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, also race director of the Italian GT3 Championship, the GT Open Championship, and also overseeing the grid in the World Endurance Championship, the Hypercar Series at Imola earlier in the year. Overseeing proceedings here this afternoon, highly experienced, more than 1,000 events he has officiated at. Also a competitor with the Eurosport International team in the IndyCar World Series in the glory days of the 1990s. Mr. Ferrari was not going to be fooled by the strategy that time from Oliver Spencer. Sure, he's on pole position. He dictates the pace. But Smith was the proverbial mile behind his countrymen as they came up to the line. Walking pace, literally, they're not stalling, or do we speak too soon? We look at Ava Lawrence, now she's back underway. Princess Ava, the Australian from the Emirates, now living in Desenzano in the north of Italy. We look for the girls in this, Atika Mir, Ava, Juliana Schultz, race winner in Germany. Mario Roberto back in grid 29. Oliver on pole position. SP Motorsport, the Kart Republic versus the Cosmic. Here at Karting Genk, walking pace. You can crawl faster than this. Spencer is trying to get the jump. Smith trying to go with Oliver. Klinkers is pushing the pole sitter literally up to the line. We race the Belgian Minimax Cup. Shooting to the inside, Austin Aman up into fourth place as Smith from grid 2 goes to the outside. The field scatter down into turn 2. Spencer with the race lead. Klinkers up into second place. Smith on the outside. Austin, awesome around the outside. Oman trying to move up into a podium position in the early stages of the final as they race down the back straight. The warning flag for Oliver, courtesy of that aborted start. The tactics, no problem though. He's still in P1. He leads, being shadowed by Mick Klinkers for Boulevard Power van the Netherlands. Joshua Cook has come off in turn 2 and fallen right down to the bottom of the order. Klinkers shadows the back of Spencer, who turns in early that time. Smith back to P4. Look at the freight train as they come across the line for the first time. Austin back in P4. In fact, it's Riley who's gone through. He's ahead of Austin Aman, Tom Reed, Max Jolly, Mayor Ward, Mark Quesada. Fantastic start from the Canadian. Sebastian Timoisak, the Canadian from grid 25, is in 13th place. Spencer leads down the back straight, lap 2. Going wide slightly, Tom Reed. In fact, it was Austin who put the left rear mojo over the ripple strip almost into the dry grass here at Karting Genk. It's a warm afternoon. It is 28 degrees Celsius. The mojo rubber being painted onto this world-famous Karting Genk circuit. And Spencer from Great Britain for the Dutch team, ahead of the Dutch driver Mick Klinkers for the Belgian team. As Spencer runs wide, Mick Klinkers looking good here. There's Smith in the background, fastest in his group of qualifying. Spencer stares back to Mick Klinkers right there. Smith, fastest lap at the moment, a 1 minute, 6:14. They will go faster than that. As the Boulevard Power driver in second place just shadows the back of Spencer. Oliver, the British champion, trying to take the Belgian Minimax Cup here this afternoon. There's Riley in the background, Murrow. Head of Reed, Alfie Mayer, Austin Aman, Max Jolly up into P8. The Brit for Strawberry Racing, Ward, and the Ukrainian Brit, Leo Livings. A storming start from Emerson Mack, the driver who won in the pouring rain in the very east of the Czech Republic at the Steel Ring. He's come from grid 20. Emerson, Mark Andrew Ren, he's in P11. A storming drive as he goes by Mark Quesada, Walker, and David Lawrence. She's up to 14th from grid 24. The leading trio pull away. Riley back to 4 from Tom for Strawberry Racing. Smith down the inside. Nicely done, and the Brits go 1-2. A fabulous move Marvellous into second. The KR Sport Team driver fights the wheel though. The gap 0.2 of a second from Smith. Now to Oliver Spencer. In fact, it's more than that. As they go through the second timing sector, it's half a second now. We'll see if Lucian Smith, who works the steering wheel of the KR Sport Cosmic, can catch up to the back of OS, who goes very wide down into turn 11, uses the ripple strip. He's got this under control for the moment. It is the Card Republic ahead of the two OTK machines, different lines, going very wide, keeping the engine RPM up as high as possible. The 125cc Minimax across the line. Spencer breaks the slipstream, 96 kilometres an hour, 98.5 for Austin Aman, who's in P7. Emerson from grid 20 is in 10th. A storming drive for Emerson Mack, who's now gone by and taken the Ukrainian Brit Leo Livings. Alfie Mayer with a 59.827 in the background, 159 fastest on circuit. Again, sliding wide using the engine RPM is Oliver Spencer. Vastly different lines from the Card Republic to the two OTKs behind, the three OTKs behind, because here comes Riley as well. In fact, I'll get that right. It is a Card Republic now in 2025. Of course, for Sam Pollard Racing. Look at the wide line now from Oliver Spencer. The rear end won't stick. Yes, he gets the engine RPM, but goes very wide. He'll be vulnerable. Stares back behind. OTK second and third. Card Republic first and fourth. Then Tom Reed in the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart P5. We move into the second half of the Belgian Minimax Final. Into turn 5, just clips the ripple strip. Smith on the back of Spencer, who stares back. The gap was half a second. It is down to 1/10. You can see it is barely a few centimetres. Down into turn 7, through the chicane past Model Race Genk. Here's Lawrence Van Mellick, Logan Rolf, Kallenberg, Sebastian de Mossade. It was Herbal, Faria, got it. Hans Klavs racing on through. The attack will come from Smith. It is imminent. Watch as they come out of turn 13. Tighter line just that time from Spencer, who has to defend. No problem from Smith, who tries the outside, tries the inside. Lucian up the inside. Lucian over the ripple strip. Smith goes on through. He goes P1. They go wheel to wheel across the line. Watch Riley in the background. Clinkers goes back to P2. Smith leads. Spencer falls off the podium. Oliver for pole position. The British champion who started grid 1. He led the first half of this race. He's back in P4. So we see one of the GKS Lemons carts in the background go grass tracking. Riley Murrow up the inside, takes the Dutchman, halts on the outside. Spencer, superb, races back down the inside, but the problem is Smith is racing away. There's Alfie Mayer, Tom Reed in the background. Here we go, it is on in the second half of the Belgian Minimax Final. Smith with the race lead, and it's a strong lead in the Minimax category. Reed on the inside, fighting there with Alfie Mayer. The gap is 1 second, they're 3 wide. Tom down the inside, Emerson Mack, what a drive for the Czech Euro Cup race winner. He goes on the inside, he takes the two of them. Marc-Andrew Uran is storming through from grid 20. He's up to 6th place. What a drive from Emerson. Smith leads. The gap comes down 0.8 of a second back to Spencer and Riley Murrow. Smith in the KR Sport Cosmic. Spencer and Murrow for Stampex and Sam Pollard Racing driving Card Republics. The first 3 pull away. We go back to Clinkers, Reed. Emerson's in 6th. What a drive. Surely he can't make the podium from here. 2 laps to race. We'll check the gap. It's down to 7/10. Harry Kallenberg, Kren van Mellick at 98.9 kilometres an hour. We have not yet quite crack the 100 mark in the Minimax carts, but we're going close. Smith stares back to his countryman. Riley stares back to see nothing but fresh air and a long gap back to the Dutchman. Mick Klinkers, Emerson's 5. What a drive. The Den Holland Racing driver, let me remind you, started from grid 20. He's in P5. Smith, though, who qualified on the front row of the grid or qualified P2 outright in Sano last year at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, is now 1 lap away from victory in the Belgian Minimax Trophy and a ticket to race in Bahrain in the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. The KR Sport driver from SP Motorsport. SPR Motorsport, the KR second and third. It's the KR Sport driver in P1. If you don't know your alphabet, we forgive you for being slightly confused. It's a KR Sport Cosmic first, SPKR second, SPR KR third. It's Spencer in second place from Murrow, but Smith in P1. They bring the gap down to half a second. Riley trying to work with Oliver, who has dominated the weekend. He's got 3 corners to do something spectacular. The gap is too much. It's half a second. They go down into the final corner. Smith stares back over his shoulder. Riley to race down the inside. He goes through to take P2, but the checkered flag will wave. Smith wins. He's on his way to Bahrain to race the Rotax Max Challenge International Grand Final. Murrow, Spencer, they cross the line second and third. They clash after the line, as you saw. Smith takes victory in the Belgian Minimax Final. Riley second and Spencer third. Joshua Cook crosses the line down in 36th as the final finisher. The highlights of the Belgian Minimax Final: Oliver Spencer from pole position, Smith on the outside. He held the lead for the first half of the race, and then this, the move up the inside, out of the final corner, Smith. They went 3 wide, and all this time, it allowed Smith to pull away. Oliver Spencer in second place. Emerson was charging through from 20th to finish P5. A brilliant drive, but out front, Smith was unstoppable. Riley, Oliver, wheel to wheel. Literally, as they crossed the line, Riley second was not happy with that. Does take P2, Spencer third, but Smith wins. The team from Silverstone win in the Cosmic with Lucien Smith. He qualified fastest in his group on Friday afternoon, but has taken victory here this afternoon in the Belgian Minimax Trophy. Smith with the victory, Murrow in second, and Spencer. The Brits, 1, 2, and 3. Mick Klinkers found the Netherlands for Boulevard Power. Emerson, what a drive into P5 from grid 20. Reed now the fastest qualifier. Max Jolly, Mark Casada, also a commendable effort. And Logan Rolfe, first Euro Trophy race for the KR Sport team driver 2025, comes home in P10. Ward, Lawrence, Walker, Cullenberg, Van Melich, who almost cracked 100 k's an hour. Sebastian from Canada, Koreishi, Kees Moyes, Atikamir, Karavakovic, and it was Ferro, that was Arthur, 1, 2, 3 in 21. Guido, Benedictus, Mario Roberto, Harrison Jeffrey from Calgary in Canada, Pedro Faria from Brazil, Kerbal, Garrett, Hans Klaps, who was under investigation, but did set the fastest lap of the race, finished in 29th. Fastest lap of the race. It was 6 seconds faster than everybody else. You know why he was under investigation for cutting the circuit. Finishes down in 29th place. Smith takes the victory. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. The presentation live from Genk here in Belgium in just a moment. Drivers making their way up to the podium for the presentation for Mini Max. The Belgian Mini Max Trophy here at Karting Genk. A brilliant weekend. Finishes in third place for SP Motorsport, Oliver Spencer. Second place for St. Polo Racing, Riley Moreau. And the winner of the Belgian Mini Max Euro Trophy for KR Sport from Great Britain, Lucien Smith. And representing the winning team, KR Sport, Toby George. Third place from Great Britain for SP Motorsport, Oliver Spencer. Second place also from Great Britain for St. Polo Racing, Riley Moreau. The winner of the Belgian Mini Max Euro Trophy for KR Sport from Great Britain, Lucien Smith. And representing the winning team, KR Sport, Toby George. As his victory for the Belgian Mini Max Trophy, Lucien Smith also wins a ticket to race for representing Great Britain in the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. An all Great Britain podium. Congratulations to Oliver Spencer, Riley Moreau, and the winner here at Genk in Belgium, representing KR Sport, Lucien Smith. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the Junior Max Final in just a moment. Halfway through the afternoon, the Junior Max drivers, 36 of them down on the grid on a warm afternoon here in beautiful Belgium. It is the Brit from Bristol, Jacob Ashcroft, who will start from pole position. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights of Junior Max this week here in Belgium. Jacob Ashcroft to the left of your screen, still with the helmet to go on. He starts from pole position. The junior final over 13 laps at the world famous GENK circuit here in Belgium. Let's take a moment to hear from the CEO of this legendary racetrack, Mr. Koen Lemons, who spoke to us earlier in the weekend. Zenderu, well.
Basically, it's a family history where my dad started go-karting, built a shop, started tuning engines, became involved with Rotax, like you say, way back. And yeah, here we are in 2025 hosting the Euro, and a lot has happened in between. We've had fantastic drivers like Jensen, Button, whatever, name it, we've had them all.
Let's go back to 1997 when Jensen won the Formula Super Euro Champs with that ferocious 100cc Rotax engine. Fantastic days and fantastic equipment, the relationship with Rotax.
Obviously, I remember the race quite well because we ended up winning the European Championship, and the deal was we'd shave our heads. So we ended up with bald heads, but it was fantastic because we were in a fight with Orsini, and he was in a clinch between the Tony Karts and Orsini. So we had to be quick, but not too quick in order to avoid getting kicked out. But in the end, it all worked well, and it's always nice to claim a title as prestigious as that one on home soil. Like I said, we've got some pedigree in international kart racing, and for me it's always a pleasure to host people from WSK because you see a lot of familiar faces by the likes of Luca getting a bit older, so am I, but you see people like Luigi that, yeah, they're part of the family.
Mr. Koen Lemons representing Karting Genk, one of the finest and certainly most famous race circuits in the world. Great to hear the history. And Jensen took the 97 Formula Super 8 European Championships a decade prior. I think it was 1989, maybe 1990, when Verstappen, that's Jos, took 2 European Championships, 100cc national or intercontinental off memory, driving a Techno. There was very little bodywork back in those glory days. Jos Verstappen, GKS Lemons driver, 1980 something. He certainly won the European Championships, did Jos Verstappen for the GKS Lemons team almost 4 decades ago. We're ready for the Junior Max Final. It is Ashcroft on pole position. Kai Clark starting out of grid 2. Racing over 13 laps of this 1,360 metre circuit. There's Miyazaki setting off. She'll start out of grid 36. Out of grid 1 is JA. He leads the way from KC. Rory from outside Belfast in Northern Ireland alongside the Romanian-Austrian Dragos Vasilkute. Cole Denham, who won in Varkersdorf. The Scotsman alongside the Dutchman, Justin Mulder. Vance van der Halen, Lars Labers, the Belgians on the fourth row. Albie Friend and Marcel Poppercol out of grid 10. Sixth row of the grid sees Archie Lovett and Boaz Maximoff. Jensen Chalk, Mate Kobakidze, the Georgian who won in the rain and the steel ring. Sebastian Loisch, Max Sadurski, Erenan Ludigan, Bram van der Werken. The Swiss Spaniard, the Swiss champion, Leo Gonzalez. And from Canada, Ryan Gandor. Ava Morris, Will Archer, Shun Sekaguchi back in 23rd. Harry Freeman, the Winter Series champion. Harry Taylor, who set fastest lap in the pre-final this morning. Vilmarsh in the Birol Art, the Hungarian. Christian Sayerson back in 27. The British champion from South Africa, Kian Bernard. Olivia Chassett, Panos Taimong Kong. Gibson from the United States of America. Robbie Olagash, Eason Sheng, Matsinas, Lena Bass. And Miyazaki starts out of grid 26. The field make their way around, being led by Jacob Ashcroft. Just a personal message, thank you for all the messages. Yes, I sprained my ankle on Friday night, hobbling around yesterday. It's much better today. I'm not the only one. Albert Friend's Mechanic Panda. Mate, I hope you're doing better. Yeah, Baz told me. You're in the wars also. Albert Friend to start out of grid 9. Panda limping around the circuit, around the pits, but still doing a sterling job for the Strawberry Racing team. Albert Friend, who was quick this morning in the pre-final, starts out of grid 9. It's Dan Holland Racing at KR Sport on the front row of the grid for this, the Junior Max final. Ashcroft, grid 1. He's the championship leader on 422 points to Denham on 406. Maximoff, third in the series on 383, but the Dutchman starts out of grid 12. Welcome to Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. Ashcroft on pole. We race. Justin Mulder darts to the inside, the Ed Bren Racing team driver. As Kai Clark hangs on the outside. The Dan Holland Racing drivers go 1, 2. Rory races up into second place. JA leads the way. Armstrong just rides the ripple strip. Clark back into third place. Off into the grass at the top of the circuit, joining way down at the bottom of the field. It looked to be Lars Lambers or Vince van der Halen. Erenan Ludigan also going wide on the opening laps of the races. Albie Friend makes the move up the inside and takes Dragos. Ashcroft still in P1. It was Maximoff off the road together with Shun Sekaguchi. They rejoined it way down at the bottom of the field as Jacob Ashcroft leads his Northern Irish teammate for a Dan Holland Racing 1-2, but Kai Clark looking menacing here all weekend. He's in P3, leans into the Cosmic. The team from Wilton Mill in the centre of the King's England run 1-2. Kai Clark, the team from Silverstone, that's KR Sport. In P3, back to Vance van der Halen, Friend 5. And then CD, the Scotsman. Rory races down the inside. Armstrong puts Ashcroft back to second, back to third. KC sends it. Nicely done by Clark. Look at the inside rear on the 267 Cosmic, working nicely. It is still OTK 1, 2, 3, and 4 for that matter. And 5 with Friend, Denham, Dragos, Marcel Poppercol, and Ryan Gandor as Clark down the inside. Clark leads. Ryan Gandor has come from 20th to being P9. The Canadian is rocketing up through the field. He's now gone by Sebastian Loisch for 8th. He's passed 12 karts in the first 2 laps. His teammate leads the way. Clark in P1 glances back over the shoulder. He leads Armstrong in second, and Jacob Ashcroft, who has dominated the weekend. Ashcroft is leading the 2025 European Championship that has fallen back to third place and now being caught by the Belgian from Boulevard Power, Vance van der Halen. Friend, P5 from grid 9. Cole Denham, who won that incredible race at Varkersdorf, the first round of the series. Here's the Scotsman with the Romanian Austrian just behind. Dragos for MKC Motorsport. Clark defends. He cannot do that for the remaining 10 laps. As now Ashcroft pushes the back of his teammate. They race across the line. Clark tries to put them into the grass, but the DHR duo shake and bake. They go on by. And the Dan Holland Racing drivers work together to go back 1-2. Clark from the lead, back to third. Here comes Vance van der Halen, the Belgian, trying to get up onto the podium on his home circuit as Ashcroft back down the inside. Rory back to second. There's Friend in the background who skates under brakes. Friend is flying. European Minimax champion trying to catch up to the first Tony Kart, which is that of Vance van der Halen for Boulevard Power. Friend is 7/10 of a second behind. Dragos is going with him. And then Cole Denham from the outskirts of Edinburgh in Scotland, who won at Wackersdorf the season opener. Denham second in the series, remember, as Clark splits the DHR duo. And now Armstrong falls off the podium. Van der Halen on the back of Clark. Ashcroft back in P1. Vance into the back of Kai. He tries to go by. Clark closes the door. He was leading the race. Looking to take a breakthrough victory here this afternoon, but back in P2, ominously, Jacob Ashcroft with half a second. Back to the KR14 driver, Dragos. In the background goes by Friend, Dunham. Cole Denham, that is. Love it. Gandor, Mate Kobakidze. In P10, Kian Bernard, the Brit from South Africa. Kian Bernard from grid 28 is in 11th. An outrageous drive so far. The Sam Pollard Racing driver is carving through the field as Rory races on by. Back into P3, there's Dragos. The British Open champion, Kian Bernard 292, has passed 17 karts in the first 5 laps. Boaz Maximoff down in 19th. 5th in the series, puts in a 56.802. He's 0.3 of a second faster than the race leaders, but he's down in P19 now. Houston Mulder, he's down in 17th. Unlikely to take victory here this afternoon after being lightning quick throughout the heats. We approach half race distance. Clark not out of this yet. In second place, the gap 0.404 of a second. Down into turn 12 in front of the grandstand here. A little bit of cloud cover coming in. Very humid, warm afternoon. It is summertime here in beautiful Belgium. Karting Genk, the home of champions. Round 3 of 4, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. Armstrong on the back of Clark. Van der Halen and Dragos. The Romanian Austrian for the Italian team here in Belgium senses his opportunity to get up onto the podium. There's Denham, Friend in the background, the Scotsman from the Englishman. Ashcroft leads. He also leads the series, 477 points as it stands right now to Denham on 453. Armstrong 431. We'll get back to that towards the end of the race as we look to the series final, the first weekend of September at the foot of the increasingly active volcano Mount Vesuvius. I say that because there's been more than 100 light earth tremors detected just in the first half of 2025. Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sarno, to host the series final of this year's series, the first weekend of September. At the moment, Ashcroft will take the championship lead. Kai Clark, P2 at the moment, being hassled by Armstrong, Van der Halen and Dragos. Ryan with a 56.606. That's Gandor, the Canadian, from 20th. Up into P9 from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. He's the fastest driver on circuit. Dragos down the inside of Vance van der Halen. The Belgian says, "Not in my house, buddy." Closes the door into turn 7, down through the chicane. The gap is 0.8 of a second. Jacob back to Kai. And ominously, Jacob has put in a fastest second sector. Clark has to defend from Rory Armstrong. 56.414 last time from Jacob. 0.9, we'll call it 1 second from Ashcroft back to Clark. So the drivers officially from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jacob, Kai and Rory from outside Belfast. On the other side of the Irish seat is in P3, Van der Halen, Vassal Coute, Friend, Denham, Lovett, Gandor, Kobe Kidze. Kian Bernard after that super start, he's still stuck in P11. Dragos having to defend. Now goes wheel to wheel. They're one step off the podium. That's Van der Halen, 2.28. Dragos, 2.12 for NKC Motorsport. On your screen, the fight for second and third. The gap comes down to 6/10 now. Clark with a 56.1, almost into the 55s. Jacob Ashcroft with a 55 dead in time to qualifying. 48 hours ago, P1, the series leader. There's Van der Halen, 2.28. Paul Denham. Looks as though the Scotsman will miss the podium here this afternoon, but will still stay second in the series going into Sano in early September. Albert Friend, P5 from Van der Halen. Albert Friend, Minimax European champion, now racing in juniors, leans back in the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart. Kai Clark has set up 56.1, his fastest on circuit. The gap comes down to 0.4 of a second. 2.5 laps remaining. The Junior Max Final, round 3 of 4. The 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Dan Holland Racing, 1-3. KR Sport in second. Dragos, NKC Motorsport. That's Bernard. A brilliant drive from the British champion. He's now inside the top 10. Bernard from Marte Kobakidze, who won in the pouring rain at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. Lumbers, the Winter Series champion, Harry Freeman from 24 to 13. And Boaz Maximoff a position behind. 14th place, still 5th in the series. 2 laps to race. The gap, 0.5 of a second last time. Stays the same, 56.1 now for Jacob. Dan Holland Racing, 1-3. Casey into turn 7. As they head up the back straight down into the chicane past the model race GENK circuit, where the mini motos were actually on track. The motocross circuit joining the magnificent karting GENK circuit, also in action this weekend. But all eyes on track on this, the penultimate lap of the Junior Max Final. Jacob leads the way. They come down into turn 12. Clark, Armstrong, back to Dragos and Albert Friend, P5 for Strawberry Racing. Van der Halen, Denham, Gundor, love it. That's Bernard going through, brilliant. 2.92 from grid 28 in P10. Out front, JA leads the way. This is the last lap. He took pole position with a 55 dead 48 hours ago. He's dominated thus far this weekend, has now broken the 56-second bracket. Jacob Ashcroft, P1, is into the 55s at 0.984. The gap is half a second. He glances back over his shoulder. The drivers from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 1, 2 and 3. Armstrong with the purple sector. Rory in P3. The younger brother Ryan watching on, hoping his brother can take second place. It's a podium at least for the boy from outside Belfast, Kai Clark. KR Sport in second place, but it's the boy from Bristol. Jacob Ashcroft accelerates out of the final corner. That checkered flag waves. Dan Holland Racing go 1-3. Ashcroft wins. Jacob Ashcroft will stand on the top step of that podium. He takes the series lead to the series decider at Sano. Ashcroft wins round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium. Clark second. Armstrong third from Dragos. And Albert Friend P5. Ethan Chang crosses the line in 32nd position. As the final finisher, we lost Modest and Ludigan and Sebastian Loisch. Jacob Ashcroft takes victory. He was shuffled back to third in the early stages of the race. He fought back brilliantly, set the fastest lap of the race. He's the championship leader. He set pole position on Friday. Jacob Ashcroft from the Kings England has won here in Belgium. Round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. He takes the series lead to Sarno in the first weekend of September. Ashcroft, Clark, Armstrong. It's another British 1, 2, 3 on the podium. The highlights of the Junior Max Final. Ashcroft from pole position. Armstrong going up into second place. Kai Clark, a brilliant weekend. Capped by second place off early into the grass. Boaz Maximoff went grass tracking. Relatively clean race for the most part. Kai Clark carving up through the field. Would at one point take the lead, as did Rory Armstrong right there. The DHR teammates. This was Clark going through on the ultimate race winner, Jacob Ashcroft. He won for Kai Clark to lead the DHR duo, but it was short-lived. Team tactics, that was brilliantly done. Ashcroft and Armstrong. And as Kai went by into second place, Armstrong back to third. Had to retake the place from Bas van der Hallen, who finished in P6. Jacob Ashcroft raced away, set a purple 55.98, or the only driver under the 56-second bracket. That was Dragos on the back of Hans van der Hallen. Ashcroft wins. He's the series leader. He wins here at Karting Genk in Belgium. Round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The Brits, 1, 2 and 3. Ashcroft, Clark, a great weekend. Armstrong third, Dragos in P4 from Albert Friend. Van der Hallen, Cole Denham, P7, but still second in the series. Ryan Gandor, love it. What a drive from Bernard. The Sam Pollitt racing driver, the British Open champion from South Africa. 28th to 10th. Kobakidze, Lumbers, Freeman, Boaz Maximoff, Leo Gonzalez, Sardursky, Christian Sayerson, who won at Cremona earlier in the year. Won his final heat yesterday, but crosses the line ahead of Will Archer in 17th. Ashcroft now leads the series, 477 points. Cole Denham on 452. Rory Armstrong, 431. Kai Clark with second place here this afternoon is fourth in the series on 423 points from Boaz Maximoff, 422. Albert Friend, sixth on 412 points from Kobakidze, 411. And Ryan Gandor, the Canadian, 396 points. Still potentially can win the European Championship. But Jacob Ashcroft will take some beating. He takes the series lead to the series final in Sarno. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. The presentation for the Junior Max Final live from here in Belgium in just a moment. Podium for the Junior Max Final here this afternoon, an all-British 1, 2 and 3. In third place from Northern Ireland, Rory Armstrong. Second place also from Great Britain for KR Sport, Kai Clark. And the winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from the Kings England, representing Den Holland Racing, Jacob Ashcroft. And representing the winning team, Den Holland Racing, Russell Carter. Third place to Rory Armstrong. Second place, Kai Clark. And the winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Junior Max from Great Britain, Jacob Ashcroft. And representing the winning team, Den Holland Racing, Russell Carter. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Podium for round 3, Junior Max, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Rory Armstrong. Second, Kai Clark, and the winner here at GENK in Belgium. The series leader going to the series final at Sano, Jacob Ashcroft. We are at three-quarter time here at GENK in Belgium, the Senior Max Final in just a moment. Three-quarter time here at GENK in Belgium. We have got 14 laps to race here this weekend. The Senior Max Final, Sean Butcher on pole position. Before we race, let's check some of the highlights from what has evolved this week here at GENK. temperature creeping up to almost 30 degrees here this afternoon. Sean Butcher, the London-born Australian, the 2021 European champion, will start on pole position. 36 karts from the original 75 qualifiers on Friday afternoon. 72 racing the two pre-finals this morning. This is the final 36. Down to the two Italians, Matteo Montrone, Lorenzo Giaquinto, on the 18th and final row of the grid. Sean Butcher, Ties van Wyk, that is the front row of the grid. Omar Gunham, Jort van Wyk. So KR Sport, Den Holland Racing, blocking out the first two rows of the grid. This is the final of the afternoon. Round 3 of 4, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenger Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. As you look at Sean to the left of your screen, Ties, Den Holland Racing to the right of your screen. In your own time, Medi. There is Lassoud. Still just in time. There is the French champion who will step into the 326 Sodi kart to start out of grid 12. Helmet goes on, so does the gloves. The Sodi kart Sigma garnering a little bit more than attention than he would have liked. Still got time, just Medi Lassoud will start from the outside 6th row of the grid alongside Kian Geraghty. Ready to go now as Medi Lassoud steps into the Sodi kart. Sean Butcher with the visor open, looks across, the green flag flies, and the field set off on the two formation laps here in beautiful Belgian sunshine, round 3 of the Rotax Max European Trophy 2025. We take a look at the grid. Sean Butcher, the Australian, starts on pole position alongside the Dutchman Ties van Wyk. Omar Gunham, also for the KR Sport team. Out of grid 3, triple 3 out of 4, Jort van Wyk. Lewis, out of grid 5, Laurent, the Canadian champion, out of 6. Macby, the fastest qualifier. Watch Bishop, out of grid 7, Charlie Smith, the young American, ahead of Martin Lickner, and Rayan Bourguignon, the French Cup champion, the French champion, out of grid 10 for Gouvin Power. Kian Geraghty, Medi Lassoud, Tino Sidler, Simon Berligny, Ivich, Lud Nielsen for RS Competition, Austin Lee, Tom Strill, Lado Kukienice and Teresa Vavichkova out of grid 20. Cameron Nelson, Matthias Kellira, Aman Hamilton, the second Australian, out of 23. Sveta Uben for the GKS Lemons team here at their home circuit. Shioda from Japan, Kosh, Sebastian, and as Dean Patterson from the United States, Jim Bark. OJ, home circuit for the Belgian dance racing team. Emma Stemerkaya out of grid 30. Yuri Lavab, Martin Varga. Lizzie Mentia, she's out of grid 33. Then we go to Thomas Verheyen and the Italians Matteo Montrone, Lorenzo Giaquinto, the MKC Motorsport duo on the 18th and final row of the grid. Sean Butcher leading the field up to the line. He will start from pole position. He finished 3rd in the series opener at Wackersdorf. He finished 2nd in round 2 in the rain at the Steel Ring. And ominously, he now starts at grid 1 for round 3. Watching on from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, driver coach to many of these drivers here this weekend, Dan Hart, a friend of many of us, who is cycling from one side of Canada to the other. An enormous challenge, some 3,000 miles, taking the best part of a month, but taking time out of his schedule to tune in and watch round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Dan, mate, we wish you all the best. We can't imagine how you're feeling as you cycle across North America. Sean Butcher on pole position. We race. Ties van Wyk on the outside. Omar sends it to 2nd. And the KR Sport duo go 1-2 in the opening stages of the Senior Max Final. It's Van Wyk from Van Wyk in 3rd and 4th. Sean leads. A clean start for the Senior Max Final. As Omar just shadows his teammate. One driver going straight through onto the grass, cutting the circuit, and that's virtually going to be a slam dunk. Simon Perigny and Soichiro Shioda in trouble. in the opening stages of this race. It looks as though Simon is out. Butcher leads under attack from Omar. As the field raced down into turn 12 for the first time. Triple three, Jort van Wyk in position 3. Tees from the notorious outside front row of the grid. Back into P4, Goff in P5. He finished 4th in the pouring rain, did Lewis. Now the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic, and now the Sam Pollard Racing Kart Republic. It's the first non-OTK kart. He's in P5 ahead of Geraghty, Mac B. Macaulay Bishop trying to drag himself into this battle. There is the fastest qualifier, Macaulay Bishop, who won at the Steel Ring round 2 of the championship, trying to race away from Sidler, Smith, Laurent Legault, Austin Lee, and Mehdi Lassalle. Van Wyk, that's Jort, has to defend from his brother Tees. Back to Geraghty. He goes by and takes Lewis. The Strawberry Racing Team driver, Goff, still the first non-OTK kart. Will need to do something quickly because Macaulay Bishop will reel in the leading duo, the leading group in fact. The leading duo are both KR Sport Team drivers. There is Bishop in 390 from Tino Sidler. Van Wyk on Van Wyk. Tees takes Jort. Tees Van Wyk 369. Jort is triple three. They trade positions. Kean Geraghty back to Goff. So Butcher leads, being shadowed by his Lebanese Emirati teammate Lewis. Up the inside, goes rallycross in spectacular fashion, does Jort van Wyk. Wow! Jort van Wyk into the grass, the kart got airborne. Surely that's the end of his afternoon. If there's not damage, he comes onto the straight, the kart understeers with the Mojo tyres absolutely filthy. And in the background, running off the road, also Tino Sidler as well. Jort is down to 13th place behind Kai Veach. Sean Butcher leads from his KR Sport teammate. Tees Van Wyk, King and Geraghty now a step off the podium. Goff, Bishop. Here comes Mac B, who put in a storming time of 53.998. He was the only driver under the 54-second bracket 48 hours ago in time qualifying. Bishop in P6. There's Goff, there's Mac B. Sean Butcher, such a brilliant driving style, like a statue behind the wheel of the KR Sport Cosmic. Omar Gunham just clips the ripple strip, drives up the inside. Omar takes his teammate. It's going wrong for Sean once again, who looks back behind him. Back to Geraghty, who goes on through on Lewis, Goff, and Tees Van Wyk as well. The Van Wyk brothers, who were 3-4 in the early stages, will Tees is in P5. Jort is out. He's dropped down to 33rd position as Sean retakes his teammate. King and Geraghty back to P4. Lewis launches up onto the podium. Goff goes on through on Geraghty. So now the Kart Republic for Sam Pollard Racing. Do they have an answer for the KR Sport Cosmics, who run 1-2? Lewis acknowledges the King Geraghty gave him space. Tees just behind, off the road. Sean Butcher, no, not again. Gunham has gone through to take the lead. We saw that throughout the heats yesterday, the motocross circuit in the background, blowing dust onto the circuit. That was the theory at least. Did somebody drop fluid? I don't want to say the third possibility. Was he helped? Regardless, Sean Butcher has come across the line behind Tees Van Wyk. Would you believe who's gone through? It's Macaulay Bishop. Sean Butcher, P3 at Wackersdorf. P2 at the Steel Ring. He was P1 here this afternoon. He's come across the line in P6. Almost into the wall at the end of the back straight where they're approaching now. Can he fight back? He's still got time. This is lap 6 of 14. The problem is he's got 5 world-class drivers ahead of him. Omar in P1 just drifts it up into turn 11. Lewis is in second. Goff jumping out of the wheel, out of the seat behind the steering wheel as we see Macaulay Bishop just drive down the inside of King Geraghty. Kicking off in the background, 2 karts off into the grass. Yuri Lavar and Teresa Barbichkova going wide. As Keegan Garrity loses one, loses two positions. Sean working with, this is strange to say, Sean Butcher of KR Sport actually working with Ties van Wyk for Dan Holland Racing. Needed to, in order to both of them to make the move on Keegan Garrity and move the Brit off the podium. Now Sean, now they're no longer friends. Butcher back down the inside. Van Wyk tries to fly back. Here comes Garrity, who's already got a precarious looking front spoiler. The OTK M11 bodywork does not look to be in, let's say, original condition for the moment. Charlie Smith, after a strong weekend, has been given a mechanical defect flag. It looks as though the American Rotax champion is about to end his afternoon in pit lane. P1 for Omar Gunham. Lewis in second. Macaulay Bishop in position 3. He was 7th at the end of the first lap. He's P3. The gap is 0.6 of a second. Goff skates under brakes. Just drifts on the rubber line. Omar Gunham from the Rotax Max Challenge in the United Arab Emirates. Racing at the Dubai Kartdrome. Also one of quite a few drivers who had the privilege, the honour to race at the Yas Marina Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit, the Rotax Max Challenge Europe United Arab Emirates Series. Racing at Yas Marina on the part of the F1 Grand Prix circuit before Christmas last year. Omar P1, Lewis second, Macaulay Bishop 3, Sean Butcher still there in P4. He is still the series leader on 478 points to Mac Bishop on 452, Ties van Wyk 431. We are into the second half of the Senior Max Final here this afternoon at Karting Genk. Omar P1 from the Emirates. Goff 0.3 of a second behind, goes in deep under brakes. It's a Card Republic now in 2025 for Sam Pollard Racing. Bishop leans back in the seat. This is Sean Butcher, the series leader, the early race leader. Off the road in turn 7 on lap 4. Desperate to at least get up onto the podium. Former European champion. He won this title back in 2021. The London-born Australian has dominated the weekend. He dominated the early part of the final. There's his countryman, Aman Hamilton, going on through. He's up into P12. Remember, qualified 75th and last. And now Aman Hamilton is in P12. Grid 23 in the final. Ahead of Kukianitse, Kelyup, and behind Martin Lignar. Graham Bourguignon, fastest lap of the race until Macaulay Bishop puts in a 55.584. Ties van Wyk a 55.5. Bishop leans back in the seat. Multiple British champion. Here's Macaulay Bishop, who won in the pouring rain at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. Butcher in the background, running out of time. He ran off at that corner. On turn 5, Matthias Kelyup, KR Sport, with a 55.498. The Dane up into 14th. His teammate on screen, P1. The gap out to half a second now, as Butcher puts in the fastest middle sector of the entire race. The gap, 0.5, stays the same. Butcher with a 55.2. He's 0.2 of a second faster than his teammate in P1. Goff on your screen. Here comes Macaulay Bishop, the fastest qualifier for Dan Holland Racing. Matt B drives down the inside. Lewis back to P3. Goff gave him space there. Intelligent from both the British drivers. Bishop leans back and now Lewis tries to follow him through. Any chance of taking victory, he'll have to work together with Macaulay Bishop, even though he's driving for Dan Holland Racing. Sean Butcher now ranges up behind Goff. He finished P4 in the rain at the Steel Ring, and he's going to go back to position 4. Sean fires it down the inside. He's back to 3rd. Surely he can't take victory here this afternoon, but can take the series lead. Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Sano. Now he's back to 4th though. Lewis launches back the inside, wants the podium here. Missed the podium at the Steel Ring. At the moment, he's provisionally standing on it. Defends. Watch Tees, who goes up the inside of Sean. It's going wrong for the Australian, who ranges up behind Lewis Goff. Watch King and Geraghty in the background. The Strawberry Racing driver clips the ribble strip. Omar is racing away. He's now put 0.8 of a second between himself and Bishop in second place. The fight for the final step of the podium. Lewis defends. He white lines it down into turn 12. He's still got 2 laps remaining. Omar Gunham in P1. Watch Geraghty on the outside. Will get the run on the inside. Rides over the ripple strip. Takes Van Wyk. Butcher pushes literally Goff across the line at 106 kilometres an hour. 110 kilometres an hour for Sean Butcher. Goff still in P3, the penultimate lap of the race. Omar, 0.7 of a second. Clear of Macaulay Bishop. 1-2, KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing. This battle rages on. Butcher in the background in trouble. He will not win here this afternoon. He will take the series lead to the series decider at Sano if he holds on, but will be so disappointed. He finished 3rd at Wackersdorf in round 1. He finished 2nd at the Steel Ring in round 2. He started 1st for the final, but now the Australian back to P5. Bishop in P2. The gap last time at 0.82. It stays virtually the same. Last lap of this weekend. Pole position in qualifying for Macaulay Bishop, who was the only driver under the 54-second bracket. Tees Van Wyk has put in a 55.197. He's the fastest in the final. Bishop on your screen, P2 in the series, P2 in the final. But on screen, the team from Silverstone, who will boast an £8 million world-class circuit, which you'll see as part of the coverage next weekend during the British Formula One Grand Prix. Yes, the new Silverstone International Kart Track, where the KR Sport team is based, is nearly ready to race. Down through the final corners for the final time, KR Sport with their driver from the United Arab Emirates. He rounds the final corner. The checkered flag waves. Omar wins here at Genk in Belgium. Bishop 2nd. Lewis takes 3rd place on the podium here this afternoon. Geraghty, Butcher will be so disappointed. He's home in 5. What a drive from Austin Lee from 17th to 6th. Mehdi Lassoud 7th. Le Gaulle, Tees Van Wyk and Martin Ligner leads home Kai Veach for the final position inside the top 10. Omar Gunham takes victory. He wins round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. The highlights from the race: Sean Butcher from pole position, Omar following him through into P2. Van Wyk from Van Wyk. Tees going by Yort. Lewis making his way up through the pack. Van Wyk off the road into the grass. Sean Butcher with the race lead. Omar going by to take P1. Sean foot back. And then this, just going in too deep. Surely there was debris on the circuit. Did very well to recover it and come home P5. Bishop coming from 7th, driving by, going by Geraghty. Lewis Goff. Sean Butcher fighting back briefly into 4th, but his KR Sport teammate Omar Gunham takes victory in the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Genk in Belgium. Omar wins from Bishop, Goff, Geraghty and Butcher. Austin Lee, superb from the German-American to come home 6th from 17th. Mehdi Lassoud, the French champion in the Sodi Kart, finishes in P7. We'll bring the graphic on your screen in just a moment, just confirming the result here. Lassoud, Mehdi in 7th. The retirements, we can tell you those: Jort Van Wyk, Sebastian Koch, Charlie Smith, Dean Pedersen, the 2 Americans, Tino Sidler and Simon Perrigny. who's been really quick here this weekend, did not finish. There is confirmation. Omar takes victory. Macaulay Bishop and Lewis home in third place. Kian in four. Sean Butcher, what does he have to do? He is a former European champion. He does lead the series on 477 points to Macaulay Bishop on 454. Comes home five. What a drive from Austin, 17 to 6. Then it was Medi, Canadian champion Laurent Legault, Tis van Wyk, Lickner, Kai Veach, Man Hamilton, 75th in qualifying. Head of Teresa Babichkova, who recovered after being in the grass. Kukianitsi. Kelyera Sverre Uben finishes 16th, but did record a 55.172, the fastest lap of the race. Omar Ghanem from the United Arab Emirates Rotax Max Challenge takes victory and will stand on the top step of the podium here at GENK in Belgium in just a moment. Drivers making their way up to the podium for the final podium presentation here this afternoon. And a pleasure to have the CEO of Karting GENK, Mr. Koen Lemons, who spoke to us yesterday to present the trophies for the Senior Max Final. In third place from Great Britain for Sam Pollard Racing in the Kart Republic, Lewis Goff. Second place and second in the championship going to the series final for Den Holland Racing from Great Britain, Macaulay Bishop. He breaks through for a fantastic victory in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from the United Arab Emirates for the team from Silverstone. KR Sport, the winner here at Karting GENK, Omar Ghanem. And representing the winning team, KR Sport, Mr. Ashley Orchard. At this point, we'd like to ask Mr. Koen Lammen, CEO of Karting GENK, to present the third place trophy to Lewis Goff. Second place to Macaulay Bishop. And the winner of round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Omar Ghanem. And representing his own winning team, KR Sport, Ashley Orchard. The national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. The podium for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Lewis Goff. Second, Macaulay Bishop. And the winner here again from the United Arab Emirates, Omar Ghanem. That wraps up the afternoon here at Karting GENK in beautiful Belgian sunshine. Round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. 202 drivers from not only here in Europe but around the world as we head to the series decider at the foot of the active volcano Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano. That's where we decide the 2025 European champions, and these drivers will surely be in contention. Thanks for watching on behalf of everyone at WSK Promotion, Rotax Karting, and everyone at Karting GENK here in Belgium. We'll see you after the summer break, the first weekend of September at Sano. We decide the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European champions. Goodbye from GENK.